I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey. You cannot see me today because camera issues, and this is a spontaneous stream, as usually is the case with the Mind Sports Olympiad. But buckle up for a long and exciting Sunday of Carcassonne, because this is the most important online event of the year, the Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix Finals of 2024. Before we dive into the matches, which has already started, just wanted to tell you what's happened. Around 200 of the two of the world's strongest players were competing yesterday in hours and hours long qualification tournaments. I think there were players who actually spent like 10 hours playing Carcassonne in total, and possibly even more. And as a result, only 8 of these players remain, and you can see their screen names both at the top and on this page. And today we'll be witnessing the playoffs. So here's how it's going to work. It's a convoluted system, but I'm not even going to explain it. Okay, we're just going to follow the matches. But the idea is now there are 8 players, and now they're paired up in a certain way, so it's a bit more complicated than the usual quarterfinals, finals, semifinals. This thing is going to happen, the double elimination stage. I'm not going to explain it. Then after a couple of hours, only 4 players will remain, and then after that, we're going to have your good old semifinals, finals. So we can look at the list of players here. Kyrylo Manachov of Ukraine, Maxim Basiluk of Ukraine, Lawyer of Ukraine. So 3 Ukrainian players. My Latvian teammate Krish Kautis. Oznofak, that's Afonso Cavaco of Portugal, who was the last year's silver medalist, so he gets a second chance to try and win the Mind Sports Olympiad. Nalheim Otto Ikonen, currently the strongest, the highest rated at the very least player in Board Game Arena. Sergio Antolinas of Colombia, and Helge H of Sweden. So the first time a Swedish player has qualified, so we certainly will be looking to follow them. But the first match, because I'm selfish, we're gonna be watching Krishna versus Lawyer, and we're gonna dive right into it. The reason why we're gonna watch that, we're gonna be rooting for my teammate. That's what we care about. And okay, hi Glovier, let me know how's the sound and everything. Yeah, by the way, I'm streaming everything with a 1-minute delay. Because, well, actually I'm supposed to stream everything with like a 10-minute delay according to the rules of the tournament, but YouTube allows only so much. So I will be a bit more reserved in my commentary than usual, and maybe midway through the day, this thing is going to last hours and hours and hours. We might be joined by a commentator, by a co-commentator, a special guest. So, why does the sound doesn't work? That's as interesting. No, the sound works. All is good. All is well. So, the game has started. As we see, the Latvian player is in really good shape, rated of almost 760, 759. The Ukrainian player rated 628, also decent score. We saw how the Latvian player was just attacking a shared city, but this shared city has now completed. Both players getting 18 points on the scoreboard. Now Red manages to draw a monastery to equalize Blue's monastery. Also, I like how both players use the flag colors for the meeple colors. So blue for Lawyer and red for Krishna, although the real color of the Latvian flag is not like red. It has to be a specific shade of red, but there's only this is close enough what we're getting there. So both players are playing exceptionally fast, which kind of makes me even a little bit surprised. I know that Krish is usually very deliberate and takes time. So for example, this is an interesting move, and this is something that the Latvian player does probably more than many other top players, is he, in the opening stage and even up until the early middle game, even in the middle game, he likes to start multiple cities in different places of the board. So we can see 1 red meeple, 2 red meeple, 3 red meeple, 4 red meeples. So he started 4 different cities with the intention of, you know, finishing them later. Look, 5th different city. No joke, right? Well, many of you might say that this is somewhat weird, which it is, but there's a reason behind this. So what the player with the red meeple is trying to do, he's just trying to make sure to use tiles efficiently, to build the cities in the best places possible, and to set himself up for usage of future tiles. So for example, with this 5th new city that he started, he also made sure that this other city which he started earlier is protected, right? Because this square was in danger. But now the square is not in danger because there's still 3 tiles that fit into that square, for a like 88% chance or something of getting his meeple back. That's interesting how the Ukrainian player using his meeple majority is like really pressuring red, trying to attack this city, no, almost block this city. He's now attacked this city, but the Latvian now draws a great tile. And it renews the threat of completing the city. This is what's going to happen. Hi Susanna, hi Josef. Okay. Do let me know who you're rooting for, by the way. Well, I presume that most of you will be rooting for your compatriots, but still nice to hear that out loud. Krish finishes in 8-point city, is in the slight lead. Lawyer now just started, almost threatening to complete a 10-point city, but the player with the red meeples just immediately attacks that city. Nice 5-point road for the Ukrainian. Quite a safe one. Still a couple of road tiles that can make him retrieve the meeple back. So for example, one move that I'm seeing, if he gets a road monastery, he can go over here and maybe like meeple the field or something. Now Krish is debating where to place this monastery, or whether even to use this as a monastery tile at all. He's thinking about this, even though, if you ask me, the move has to be pretty obvious. But I can see that the reluctance to place the last meeple. Yeah, of course he's gonna do this. It's just too good. It's just too good of a tile. He is placing his last meeple, but there are multiple places where he can get back his meeple easily, and 8 points is just too much, too many to pass up on. And look, he immediately gets meeple back because the Ukrainian now draws the remaining splitter tile and splits off the 2 cities, leaving Krishna with the smaller piece. Not the best tile for the Latvian. Now connects the 2 cities. So let's see, will he meeple the city, will he meeple the field? It could be time to meeple the field, but then he chooses not to leave the remaining city cap, which is understandable. Now Krishna, I think a bit impatiently finishes a shared city. I think it was better. I would have loved to wait for this tile, but he decides that it's time to get the points, get the meeple back. And this is the problem with that move. I mean, even though this move makes perfect sense, it kind of gives your opponent tempo, right? So what the Latvian did, he got a few points from this extra city, but because he also finished his opponent's road at the same time, he gave him his meeple back. As a result, Blue had 2 meeples in hand for a while, and Blue was able to drop the first meeple on the farm. So now I'm thinking about a couple of interesting moves here that Red can do. I think the main idea what Red should do is try to think how to combat this farm, because there's 6 points in this farm, and there are going to be more. in the future. Because this city is about to get completed, this city about to get completed. There's 12 points for this farm. If a road monastery goes here, there's going to be 18 points for this farm, and so on and so on. So this is why the Latvian was attempting to block Blue's city, but immediately Blue drew the crossroads. Now, great tile for Krish, either to start a new city or to drop a farmer. There are particular moves which I prefer here. Well, let's see what the red player does. He decides to simply start a new city, which is not what I would have done. I would have probably gone over here and dropped a farmer, just to start a counter field in an easy place, and also to maybe anticipate. Ooh, that's interesting what the Ukrainian player did. Kind of, I wanted to, as red, I wanted to anticipate Blue drawing a road monastery and then expanding his farm. And now that Blue dropped a second farmer, this threat is even more severe. Because if Blue gets a road monastery, he has like a 15-point field, which will grow and grow and grow. And I don't think red will quite have enough to do something about this. So red has a lot of threats to deal with. I think red wants to deal with this road. He wants to draw a straight line and place a line over here. Then maybe he wants to eliminate this extra city cap. Maybe he wants to add an extra point over here. Let's see what the prioritization of the Latvian. I'm loving that move. This is also what I would have done. Yes, so of course he just simply eliminates an empty city cap, prevents Blue from drawing drawing easy quick points. Of course, Lawyer was able to finish this nice road, but at the very least, these two farms are staying separate, which will allow red to fight for at least one of these farms. Now, if I'm red, this 6-point field doesn't bother me that much. Well, I guess it bothers me a little bit, because if a road monastery goes over here, then Lawyer can take like 2 points for a road and at the same time add this city cap into the field. So yeah, maybe that sequence as Krishna was not the most precise, if you ask me. I mean, I know why he did that. I'm pretty sure he just wants to wait for a regular monastery and finish a monastery with another monastery. But the question is, how long can we wait? He decided he wants to wait. He makes sure to defend this monastery square. He hopes to draw one of the two remaining monasteries. Well, I say one of the two, not one of the three, because Blue drew the first monastery, immediately finishing his previous monastery. Yeah, it's now looking really good for the play with the blue meeples. And what does the Latvian do here? It's not a very enticing tile. I guess you could go here, start a new field, but that's a bit weak. You could also go start a new city, but that's also like not exactly what he wants. Maybe he wants to go over, yes, maybe we want to go over here and block Blue's monastery somehow. And then if we finish our monastery, we're going to have the meeple advantage. Then we're going to get a curve, drop a farmer here, connect to the field. So I assume this has to be red's plan, because there's still 2 tiles that fit into this square, and it's an excellent platform to use for efficient field connection. Like, we get a curve, we drop a farmer, we finish our city and bring our farmer into the field, and we get another curve and claim this like 6-point road. So this would be the house for the Latvian player, and I hope that this happens. Krishna definitely sees that idea, but he chooses to start a new city in a safer place, but not in a place which blocks Blue's monastery. And maybe Blue can get away with another monastery. I'm not sure how much I like that. He debates whether to meeple this road, decides better, decide against it, and I have to agree there. Yeah, you see what the problem is now. I think Red is making some mistakes here, unfortunately, as much as I'm rooting for him, because the whole idea of getting a meeple advantage won't really work. I mean, we can go here if you want, but then Blue will be able to finish up his monastery just as easily with only 2 tiles. So I do think that this was a bit of a miss, and maybe even this, but at least for now, the Latvian gets a meeple back, is only 4 points behind on the scoreboard. Lawyer, of course, will score 4 points here for the roads. It's not even a question of what he's going to do. Of course, he's double checking, but maybe he has some better ideas. We're going to see in a second. Yes, exactly, Glovier. Attacking his farm through the Dagger City is something that the Latvian will have to do. Will he do that right now? He can't really. He has to go here, right? Because it's a 9-point move. You have to go here. This is, of course, not the monastery that Red was hoping to draw. Red was hoping to draw the regular monastery, so that he places the regular monastery over here and then has a chance to finish it with a with some sort of city tile. But the problem why the reason why this monastery is not that effective is because he won't be able to he won't be able to finish the second monastery, right? Because all the 4 starting tiles that could fit into this square are out, and now the Latvian really decides to gamble. This is very interesting. So he uses a monastery as a field tile instead, and I like this move. It's a strong move. So it's a bit of a less strong version of what I was suggesting before. I think maybe before he could have used one of these tiles. He could have used the curve to drop a farmer, and then he could have used the monastery as a monastery. But let's see how this works out, because there's still 2 dagger tiles remaining that fit into this square. If he gets the dagger tile, he gets 4 points for the road, 4 points for the city, so he's right up on the scoreboard with 63, and he gets a meeple back. But Lawyer's about to finish another monastery, and it seems to me that the Latvian might just not have enough firepower to accomplish something more than simply equalizing the field. It feels like you're going to need to win this field. So Yaroslav now takes 4 points, leaving another empty road. And this also allows a field connection opportunity in the future. So let me think. So some like straight line goes here and curve goes here through the outside. I'm pretty sure that the Latvian sees this, but it's just so unfortunate that he does not seem to get good value tiles. He decides to connect the 2 cities. It certainly makes sense. Lawyer now will probably snatch this road. At least I would if I were him. There's still a road end tile even remaining. One of these triple cities with the road, and even if he doesn't finish this road, it's good in his own right, but a huge tile for the Latvian player, and look at how the patience paid off. He resisted my suggestion. I did not use the worst monastery here. He waited for the better monastery and gambled, and this has totally paid off. So 8 extra points on the scoreboard, and still he can probably get his meeple back because there's still many city tiles remaining that fit into this square. At least there's one Dorito that I can see, one triangle-shaped city. Lawyer's probably gonna get his road meeple back, but this also opens a field connection opportunity for somebody to get like meeple and to go here. But this is exactly what he does. I mean, he has to get a meeple back. Now ahead on the scoreboard. Okay, finally Krishna gets an interesting tile. What do we do with it? I think we finish our city here. Do we meeple a farm? Do we meeple another city? We probably meeple another city cap. It sort of seems a bit of a waste to leave it open. because our opponent here could draw one of the two daggers, and then that would be just easy 4 points for Lawyer. You definitely don't want to leave easy points lying around for your opponent, but at the same time, you don't really want to have a shortage of meeples for a long time when there's the field fights, like there's some things that we have to do in order to win this game as red. And for these things, we're going to need to use meeples. I also see an idea of dropping a farmer here and maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trying to sneak in through 3 back-to-back tiles into the main field. It's a neat idea, but it's not really going to work because this field is attackable from this side, and if red tries something cutesy, then blue will always be able to drop a farmer to equalize here. This might still be worth a shot. Let's see what the Latvian player does. He just decides to leave this alone because he needs the meeples. And I think if I'm Lawyer, I'm probably farming right here, with the idea of getting these back-to-back tiles, and also with the idea of simply having a potential 6-point field, because somebody's going to meeple the city cap eventually. Well, this is an interesting development. So, blue chose to restrict his own monastery simply for the sake of eliminating this field connection. Now Krishna draws the field tile, and he sort of goes for this idea. Do we just see it through? Like, how many tiles are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's one curve. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No vanilla city caps. Wait, but there's one splitter like this. Okay, honestly, like, any equity is good. So if we go here, hear me out. We go here, and we draw a divider like this. So same tile was over here. There's still more of those left. And we get a curve, and that farmer's in the field. I think this is worth doing simply for the sake of the threat, and also, but he decides not to do that. He wants to attack the Ukrainian city instead. Also makes sense. I don't think it's quite going to work because there's a sufficient number of city caps. There is a sufficient number of city caps remaining. And Yaroslav can use his city cap here anyway, because there's still one of these daggers that goes over here, 2 of these daggers that go over here, and there's this thing. And I think that's it. So they are 4 city caps, so most of the remaining tiles are city caps. This idea would have been so close to working. So Krishna, of course, now gets the splitter tile, but can't really wait, or can he? No, he can't. Can't really use it productively. But let's see what he does. He could go here maybe, trying to get a dagger tile. Or he could maybe try and open up another city field connection spot going over here. There's still a lot of options for red. Yes, he goes for this. Basically, he hopes to draw this tile, the tile that fits into this square. So it's a coin flip. If the Ukrainian draws this tile, I think he wins. if the Latvian draws this tile, the Latvian has a chance. The idea of connecting these two fields, I think, is no longer alive. I mean, it looks neat, because technically something could fit here and fit here, but there isn't a tile that fits into this square anymore, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the vanilla caps are out, and all the monasteries are notably out. And all of the 3 vertical splitters are very nicely bundled together. But let's see what the Ukrainian does with this straight line. Maybe he tries going over here, dropping an insurance farmer. Straight line for the Latvian. Really not that many things to do. And the tragic situation for him is that he's going to have a surplus of meeples. He will not be able to use his meeples efficiently. So he's going to, of course, draw one of these daggers in all likelihood. But when he does, he's going to have 2 meeples in hand, but only 1 move remaining afterwards. So it looks like it was a bit too long of a wait for Latvian. For the Latvian, I don't think there's a win for Krishna here. But we can keep hoping. Maybe lawyer makes a mistake. Hi, Nicholas. Ooh, somebody's running out of time, or it's getting very close to that. I have to remind you that you can't get below 0 because then you lose the game on time. Don't lose on time. Okay, he just dumps the tile. Honestly, nothing better to be done. Dorito tile for lawyer. I think it's an easy decision, actually. Well, it's easier than it seems. No, it's what am I talking about? There is a highest point scoring move that I think wins at a high, well, pretty much always wins. This is, of course, here, and dropping a farmer. Nah, dropping a farmer was a bit more precise. Yeah, dropping a farmer was more precise, actually, because this city will be finished no matter what. Krishna gets into the farm. I don't think it will be enough. And look at this. And now, but if the daggers were reversed, then Krishna would have gotten this and would have scored much more for the field. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for the Latvian, as he's gonna lose by just a couple of points. Well, under 10 points for sure. So a meeple majority, but simply not enough time to use it. And there was this lovely idea, which I think could have worked, of connecting the farms like this. Wait, now that I think about it, I think from blue, not dropping a farmer here was quite a significant mistake, because this would have allowed a Latvian like a boatload of additional points if he were to draw the other dagger. He would have gotten 4 extra points, which of course is not a lot, but could be decisive in a different game. But the Ukrainian got the long road, which I think was the game-winning feature for him, and he was the first on the field, which was so important. The play with the red meeples was sort of forced to chase around. And because the Ukrainian player had the edge like all the time, dropping his farmers a little bit earlier. It was a difficult situation positionally. Okay, so the first match, the first duel goes to the Ukrainian player, and now we will try and make sense of what happens next. Hi Nico, hi Pavlo, hi Ludo, hi 71 Knives, hi Vika. Okay, so this first thing has concluded. I'm gonna update the score in a second, and now I will need to check with the tournament organizers as to who they are playing next. So it doesn't work like a traditional playoffs. It's not quarterfinals, finals, semifinals. Instead, it is this convoluted system over here. So let's see. So Krishna versus Lawyer. Now, Lawyer goes on to play this match against whoever wins between Adrier and Dremcad. And now Krishna goes to play over here. Against whoever loses this match. Yeah, so it's a double elimination thing. Basically, you play two different players here, and if you win 2 games, you advance to the semifinals. And if you lose 2 games, you're out of it. So basically, Krish has already used up one of his lives, and he's going to go here to the loser's bracket, and Lawyer is going to go to the winner's bracket. He'll just simply need to get one more W in order to go straight to the semifinals. So I suggest that we have a look at another duel. Oh, we actually do have the results. So the winners are Dremcad, Lawyer, Nalaheim, and Helgi. I'm going to update them in just a second. So Sergio Antolinas getting a bit of an upset over who I would say, like, Adrier, the Ukrainian, is in tremendous shape. Like, broke 800 rating points recently. So no surprises in Basiluk between Nalaheim in superb shape. And the Swedish player also, I would say, upsets the silver medalist of the last year. So now our next match is going to be Krishna Adrier, Dremcad Lawyer, Nalaheim Helgi, and Basiluk Osnofak, which now makes me think that I need to update the scores again. I didn't think this through. It's a spontaneous stream, okay? Limbo Man is asking, how did I come in contact with Carcassonne, at what age? Late teens. It was one of the first board games that were taught to our friend group in high school. There was basically this Latvian startup Brain Games, it was like a board game shop which used to translate games into Latvian before they started creating games on their own. And they always let people play their sample games in the shop for as long as they wanted. And so somebody had that explained to me. And then it was in 2011 that I went to my first Latvian championship, then discovered the full rules during the Latvian championship, then went on to win the Latvian championship in 2012, and then went on to finally participate in the World Championship in 2013, where I got third at that time. So it has been a while, on and off, but I joined Board Game Arena in 2021. Came back from a lengthy break. Anyway, any other questions? Glovier is asking, if the daggers were reversed, red would have won. No? Referring to that final position. Let's actually have a look at it again. No, he would not have won. I'll tell you why. He would have gotten 4 more points because he would have scored 7 points instead of the 3 points for the road that he scored. So not meepling this farm was actually, I would say, a massive blunder by Lawyer with 2 minutes on the clock. But also you got to remember that players are like massively tired after a lengthy day of Carcassonne yesterday because some of these players had to play for like 10 hours because there were 2 qualifying tournaments that one could attempt. But yeah, this would have only reduced the point difference, but this would not have won Krishna the game. In order to win the game, he just needed to draw this dagger earlier in order to be able to deploy his meeple. Well, anyway, I'm gonna now update all the scores. Not all the scores, but all the pairings. So this is gonna take me just a couple of seconds. And now I'm gonna reshuffle the opponents too. I keep putting 9s instead of 0s. So Dreer is playing against Krishna. And Dremcad is playing against Lawyer, and Naleheim is playing against Helgi. Well, Krishna Adrier is going to be a massively, massively entertaining duel. Let's see if it has started already. I'm also curious to have a look at the Ukrainian player because they're just in such a tremendous shape. Well, now it just dropped slightly under 800. The game has just started. So this is the losers bracket. Whoever loses is out of the tournament. That's it. Certainly will be sad to lose one of these 2 players. For me, they were the 3 favorites to win. I would say I was going to bet on Naleheim, Adrier, and Krishna. All of them in great shape. Well, this game certainly looks like is looking very, very good for the Latvian player. Even though Adrier is 8 points ahead on the scoreboard, these 2 monasteries are nice. Plus this big ruin is nice. Even though it's blocked, it's not a problem. It's already worth 8 points, and the Ukrainian player, mark my words, will attack it at some point. So it is not even obvious if it's worth investing into this ruin as the Latvian player. I mean, certainly placing the shielded tile here like works very well positionally because it also prepares another monastery spot. It's a net 3-point move. But adding points to this ruin might seem as a bit of a waste because your opponent is going to attack it anyway. So essentially what you're doing here, you're just taking 1 extra monastery point. On the other hand, he will need to place a tile here eventually, so he might as well do it now. Adrier, of course, not rushing to attack this ruin. The reason for that is because he can do it later with a less valuable tile. So players at this top level know how to use their tiles efficiently. And what did I tell you? He immediately draws a garbage tile, and of course he's going to attack the big ruin with a garbage tile. And this is why Krishna was so reluctant to continue his city, because yes, this shielded tile is sort of kind of has gone to waste, but there was also not a good place really anywhere on the board to use that tile. Now another big dilemma in front of the Latvians. So of course we could go over here and meeple the road and maybe then connect to this road. We could also maybe go here or here or here, start a loop, or here start a farm. This is very interesting. He chooses to start a 4-point loop because his idea is that he wants to keep this spot empty for a monastery. Of course, all players at the top level are extremely efficient with this tile, but I've known Krishna for a long time from the Latvian team, and he sometimes takes it really to the next level, as he did in the next game, like that, patiently waiting for a regular monastery. So he got a very good tile for a particular square, but he decided to wait until he draws the best tile possible in that situation. And something like this is happening over here as well. Now, again, this is a good tile to continue this road. Not as good as a curve, so I won't be surprised if he waits until he gets a curve, but he doesn't, and this is very interesting. I think his idea is to get a curve, and a straight line. 5 straight lines have already been drawn, so this is not that likely to happen. Interesting idea from Adrier here. Trying to block this monastery. Oh, he was actually setting up this block. Look, if red had not gone over here, then blue would have placed this tile over here with the city cap facing downwards. And make sure that this meeple never sees the light of day. But now, the sneaky idea of the Latvian player is to grab a road tile here. Oh, this is fascinating. Oh, this is fascinating. Look at this. So, of course, it's like a you know that I know situation. The Ukrainian knows that because of this road piece over here, the Latvian has all the incentive to take this tile, go over here, and meeple the road in order to draw then another curve and then share this road with blue. Just imagine that this meeple is red. So blue decides to preemptively meeple the road a second time, just so that red doesn't take it. And of course, it's a very nice tile to do so. It's continues blue city in a way that sets up a Dorito tile, 9 Dorito tiles still in the deck. And eventually, the Latvian just gives up. He just continues a road. Well, it's not like giving up per se. It's getting a point. It's a move which does something. But there's no way how the Latvian can do something about this road other than maybe block it. So I can see a plan. Like maybe we get something like a city cap. We go over here just to put pressure on this square a little bit. This square in the meantime becomes vulnerable. And then, I don't know, there's some things that how we can play about this road, but most often, and both players know this, most often these two meeples survive. Eventually they will come back to Adrier's hand, and this juicy 9-point road has been protected successfully. Oh, Joseph is asking, is 864 of Nalheim now the all-time record ELO? I think it is because I had a record of 863, but is Nalheim now rated 864? That's interesting. Well, it had to happen sooner or later. I mean, I will need to update my YouTube bio now, or I will need to get back my ELO again. Victor is asking, how do I recover that data? It's purely manual, with the help of me and another player from the Carcassonne community who loves to do investigative work. Well, interesting developments as I was reading the chat. The Ukrainian player now attacks the ruin, which I really like, even though it's quite risky, as we can see how immediately Krishna attempted a block. Adrier drew a defense tile, and now there are 2 tiles that fit into this square, so great chance, 75% chance of blue snatching this huge city, and there's really not all that much that red can do about this. Well, there are 2 things. I think a move that red should really be looking for is getting some sort of city cap and trying to attack the ruin from this side, because this would also put pressure on this square. Which is why I'm not sure how I feel about this move, because if I were red, I would have probably gone here straight away just to make a dual purpose move. There's still many regular Doritos and I could place it over here. And And then also putting pressure on this square is something that's super, super useful. In the meantime, the Ukrainian doesn't find a good tile, a good place for this monastery, and decides to discard it. Not entirely discard it. This move puts pressure on this road a little bit. Well, a great tile for the Latvian. Wow! Wait, why? I don't think I fully understand this. I get the idea. It's a very neat idea to kind of try to build efficiently. I love that, but I thought that he was going to meeple this road. Because the whole point of this move is to get compensation, right? So you meeple this road, and you make sure that if Adrier gets the tile that fits into this square, then red will be the one getting the road point. But now blue will be the one getting the road point. So it's an 8-point mistake, I think, by the Latvian player. I would be very curious to hear what their thought process is on that, because I thought that it was a complete brilliancy up until they didn't place the meeple. And also, like, the red player doesn't really need meeples in many places. Well, I guess now they could go here. Yeah, I like that idea, except I like that idea a bit earlier. Adrier tries to block, and oh, it's so unfortunate. And now Krishna is forced to go here. I mean, he has to. He has to split himself off. It's very counterintuitive, but is there another solution? Or maybe instead we can go here and drop a farmer. Or we can go like here, drop a farmer. I don't know, there's many ways, but this is a big, big problem, because if Adrier draws a curve or something and places it like this square will be blocked, and this is an immediate threat. It's just something that red cannot afford. And so the question is, do you split right now, cut the losses, and at least make sure that you have the meeple advantage and try to win the game without this ruin? Or do you decide that your ruin is just your everything and then place an indirect defense over here? I really think these two are the only options, but we can't leave the square alone simply because there are this many curves. Yeah, he decides to split himself off. But he still got something out of the situation, and you know what? So he was attacking this city, and then Adrier was forced to spend a tile on defense. But had red not done this, then blue would have placed this tile over here and inflicted much more hurt on this road meeple by the Latvian. So this sequence still was a gain for the player with the red meeples. Yes, Clavier, I also think that maybe this road move, red just forgot to meeple it or something, because yeah, you clearly, you make this move with the intention of meepling. I mean, so this is actually how I lost my first ever tournament match online. I was in a 90% winning position, an endgame position against the German player Ralf Querfurt. And I was super nervous because it was my first match ever. And I found a good field invasion spot for 90%. And I was running out of time, and like my hands were shaking. I couldn't move my hand. And in panic mode, I just clicked the wrong button and didn't meeple. And as a result, I lost that game by 1 point. I mean, surely this is not what happened here, because the Latvian player is very experienced and cool under pressure and has delivered many a tournament point for his team earlier on. I mean, not earlier on, but in previous years. So the Ukrainian starts a field with a splitter, a perfect tile to start a field. Krishna cleans off the empty city cap. Now a curvy tile for Adrier. Big question. Do we go here, trying to connect? Or do we go here? But instead he decides to finish the monastery by red. And I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think it's being a bit too impatient because he made a move that gives himself 1 point. Yeah, so he gave red a point because he gave red 2 monastery points and a meeple back. It does not seem to me that this is correct. And given the scoreboard lead, I think that there's plenty of chances for Krishna to win without even drawing this tile. Because this 5-point monastery is nicely controlling this road. These meeples are not coming back anytime soon, especially after Krishna drew one of these 2 crossroads. And he very proactively chooses to invade the field, which I rather like, because his idea is to go over here, drop another farmer, and win this field. He's going to do it. He's not going to go here. Just mark my words, he's going to go here. And get 2 farmers in. His idea is to drop a second farmer and get 4 points for the road. Like, he's all maximum efficiency. And the idea is, like, if we go here, and if, let's say, this square gets blocked, yeah, exactly, he does this, then we can easily connect like this and like this. And he's being very precise here. On the other hand, the Ukrainian just keeps scoring quick points and quick points and quick points, and it looks that it could be enough as well. Because counterfield is brewing, right? If somebody gets the road monastery, and somebody will get the road monastery, you could go over here and score 12 points. And look at this fantastic tile for the Latvian player. Look at this efficiency. He scores 4 points for the road and brings 2 farmers in. That's pure beauty. And he's going to have a majority which is very hard to shake off against this farm. Now, I think the next order of business is to build up the monastery, which is something that we can do, and to do something about this field. Because as the Latvian, you don't want the Ukrainian to draw a counterfield tile and get these 12 points. But if you drop a farmer now, you're playing with 1 meeple for the rest of the game, and this is not ideal. Because blue still can draw one of these tiles and get his road meeple back. So what are some candidate moves for red? I think certainly a field move here makes sense, or a monastery move here makes sense. I don't see any other moves that would give any positional gain for red. Let's see which one he chooses. He's spending quite a bit of time. I'm worried about the Latvian's time management. He does tend to get short on time in endgames, but this middle game is not the time where you want to get short on time. I'm also starting to think that this 9-point field is not entirely secure. Yeah, so the Latvian chooses to get 1 monastery point. I would have probably preferred it over here, but he has his reasons. I think I know what his reasons are. He wants to get a curve here. Oh, wow, Adri, I think misses a chance. He wants to start blocking red's monastery, but honestly, I preferred this move simply to get more options for road ends. But now that I think about this, there are barely any crossroads remaining. The only remaining crossroads is this little piece. And all the other road ends, blue needs elsewhere. So blue needs the monastery over here to grab a 12-point field, as does red, really. And blue needs the other road end over here to grab 4 points and, of course, this gigantic ruin. So that's why it makes sense for blue not to continue this road and not attempt to free this up, but just simply wait for the coin flip and get this tile. And I feel that if blue gets this tile early on, then blue is likely to win this. Because as spectacular as this field invasion seems, this field is worth only 9 points. And now Adria finishes a shared city, a shared road, just so that both sides have more meeples to play with. And dilemma here for the Latvian player. I guess you want to be going on this field at some point, but you also want to go here to put pressure on this road. Or you can also go here and kind of expand your field a little bit. I will not attempt to predict this move, but it has to be either field or monastery. But we've seen in the previous game the Latvian players simply use city caps as tiles to start a new city. And it's very often the case that it is the best move. I did see that in the previous game the Latvian maybe overdid it slightly when there were more important things to do. But the default use for city cap tiles is of course building new cities. Okay, we have confirmation, thank you Sergey, that Afonso won against Baziluk. So does this mean that the first Ukrainian, that Max Baziluk, is out of the tournament? Then my commiserations to Baziluk then, and all the Ukrainian fans. Oh, look at this. So yeah, so he indeed dropped a farmer, and he also scored a 4-point road. But of course, Adrier getting the all-important shielded triple city tile and the extra road point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-point ruin. But despite this 19-point ruin, I mean, Red is doing well for himself on the scoreboard, because he has 15 points for the fields, like 6 points here and 9 points here. It is possible to attack the fields, but that requires meeples. Actually, this is an interesting situation here. So another big strategic decision for the Latvian player. It's a complicated position. So he's probably thinking about meepling a monastery, but he could also just go here and get a second farmer and control essentially a 12-point field with 2 meeples. He could do this simply to prevent Adria from dropping a farmer, and 1 meeple is sufficient to finish the game properly. Because here's what happens, right? 17 points on the scoreboard. This is sort of offset by this ruin. Ruin is 19 points, so Adria is +2. 15 points on the fields, Krishna is +13. And now this monastery versus this road. Road is 8-point, monastery is 6 points. So he chooses to meeple a monastery, and the Ukrainian now instantly finishes his roads, meeple a monastery, so that's a net 4-point move. Actually, net 1-point move, because this thing here expanded the field in such a way that gives Red an extra castle in the field. But I'm pretty sure that the Ukrainian knows that he's in dire straits, so he doesn't mind a field expansion, because he'll be simply using this as an opportunity to take over the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there is 1 curve remaining, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and there are 2 daggers remaining. And I think the plan of the Ukrainian player is at some point go over here, drop a farmer, and try to connect into the field like this. Because the field is worth 12 points, like he's gonna have to do something about that. For now, he just claims a 6-point field. The Latvian has a choice. Either take 1 point, or to go here. I'm not... Well, I like one move particularly better than the other. I'll explain after Krishna makes his move. Although I'm streaming with a 1 minute delay, it should be fine. Just trying to be cautious here because it's a pivotal strategic moment. Okay, lawyer one. So we congratulate Yaroslav on being the first player and the first Ukrainian player on advancing to the semifinals, whereas Sergio still has one chance. So he's gonna need to win his next duel. I don't understand this move. I don't know what this does. Actually, I actively dislike it. Oh, okay, I guess I can see the move. I know. So basically, he was hoping to prevent a certain idea. You see, there's this tile over here that exists. And if he were to get this tile, if the Ukrainian were to get this tile, he could have dropped a farmer here in a way that takes over this field through this curve. Basically, there was a way, imagine farmer here by blue, and a way to get two farmers into this field. And sort of what red did, he sort of prevented that idea, except that this idea is still possible. You just put the same tile but sideways. Drop a farmer here, take over. Now, because Krishna drew the last curve, this is no longer possible. But now he needs to make another decision. So we see that the Ukrainian here created an attack point on the field. So he created an opportunity for somebody to draw a tile here and meeple the field. And so that's why the Latvian choose to eliminate that opportunity, or at least make it harder. Well, the Ukrainian keeps scoring quick points. So the Latvian is not that massively ahead anymore. Actually, he's ahead by like 8 points, I think. Yeah, because, wait, no, less. No, 8 points, yeah. So 6 for the monastery, 12 for the field, that's 18. Versus a 9-point ruin, this is dangerous. He's ahead like 5 points. I mean, I'm not sure why he did that. He must know something that I don't. He has 16 minutes, 16 seconds on the clock. Maybe he knew that there's some sort of city cap remaining, which can help him capitalize on the field. If I were Krishna, I would go here, and I think this would be enough to guarantee the victory. Because we have a 5-point lead, and this would give us a 10-point lead, and I don't think there was a way for Adrier to get these extra points. But now, he can go here, and he'll tie the game. And what are the two remaining tiles? Oh, no, never mind. Krish is a genius. Because he basically guaranteed himself the victory with this move. If Adrier goes here and takes the 5 points, then no matter what, Krish is going to have a city cap, and he's going to have extra 7 points in his field. He's going to have 4 points for the city and 5 points for the field, and 3 points. And 3 points for the field. Yeah. This is a surprisingly close game. So these 8 points turned out to be not really decisive, and maybe having the extra meeple in hand was worth more to red than having these 8 points. Yeah, of course he gets the 5 points, but now Krish is gonna score 7. So now they're dead equal in terms of their score. Krish is gonna score 7, and Adrier saying, oh, he scored 7 here. And now Adria is going to score 6. Krish is at +1. Oh, he even has an extra move. Yeah, so he wasn't at real risk of losing. And of course, a 5-point road follows suit. So I believe that the Latvian has it with +6. As a result, unfortunately, the highest rated Ukrainian, I think, who was in fantastic shape, it's unfortunate to see Kirill Omanikov leave so early. I'm, of course, glad to see the Latvian still alive, but great tournament performance and by Adria overall. So my commiserations to them. Oh, did I get it wrong? No, I didn't get it wrong. Okay, 7 points instead of 6, so I'm not that rusty. Anyway, congrats to Krishna. Let's see, how is Helge doing? How is Helge doing? So, let's have a look. Helge against Nalaheim. So, we will witness... Yes, currently, well... Yeah, I guess, yeah, so the highest rated player ever on Board Game Arena. That's exciting, and... They will now be unequivocally highest rated player ever because I think that they are going to win this. At least it looks so by the scoreboard. Because they have this 12-point field. I know, the key to Nalaheim's success online is the green meeples. They're so annoying. They're so annoying. I did not see this farmer at first. Because you see black, like instantly. Black, 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 black. But at first, I didn't even notice that yellow had that green had a meeple in the city too. Okay, so 55 seconds on the clock. 6 points on the scoreboard. Black has a 9-point field over here. Green has a 5-point monastery over here. Black has an 8-point monastery, which is better developed by 3 points. Shared ruin over here cancelled out. A slightly winning mini battle in this blocked city for black. Nalaheim just chooses to eliminate the city cap, score 4 points, at the same time adding 1 point to this guy's field, so it's a net +1 move. Now, there's an interesting situation regarding this city. Is it still finishable? I want to ask. I don't think it is, because all the 5 vanilla city caps are out, but actually it is because there's still 1 splitter. So the Swedish player is in dire straits. They're down on the scoreboard. They are roughly equal on the actual board. Actually, they're a bit up on the actual board. But I don't think they can win without drawing a splitter. Yeah, Nalaheim is now going to go over here, take a juicy long road. Presumably, or I don't know, he knows his end games. I'm pretty sure he knows the other remaining tile. I know that one of them is a splitter. And so he knows that if he gets a splitter, he's going to win. Because not only does he get to complete the city, he gets like a juicy 9-point field. That's amazing. But does he win with a different tile? Okay, so Helge has to block. Now Helge has to go here. And this is unfortunate for the Swedish player because they will be only able to score 2 points. But they have to go here because they know that the last tile is a splitter. You can't allow your opponent to get away with this many points. Yes, so very wise sequence by the Swedish player. Looks like it just could be not enough. Because Nallerheim still has another meeple and can just go here to score 3 field points. Which is exactly what he does. It's going to be pretty close. I believe that the Finn has it in this Nordic battle. But it should be under 10 points. Helge is writing congrats. Helge is still alive in the tournament. But it is Nallerheim and Lawyer who qualify for the semifinals already. We congratulate them. So now Krishna, Osnofak, Helge, and Dremcad will be the ones who are going to compete for the 2 remaining spots. 4 points, only a 4-point difference, which means that actually, with respect to the Swedish player, they had a 33% chance of winning against world number 1 before the final tile. Like if Helge draws the splitter, then they win. I think they win. Okay, I am being. Let's just have a look at the results over here. Alrighty, oh, this is beautiful. So we get the whole scheme. This is so useful. So we're gonna have Helge versus Krishna and Dremcad versus Osnofak. We're gonna try to catch a glimpse of both these matches, but basically this will decide who goes into the semifinals and who goes home after a grueling weekend of Carcassonne. So I'm going to check if the games have started. They have not just yet. It does seem that we must have missed an interesting endgame over here. In the meantime, wow, complete destruction by the only Ukrainian player to so far qualify for the semis. Anyway, in the meantime, let me just update this page quick. So there's a tiny break before the final round. In the meantime, I know it's an important stream, but I'm trying to qualify for the Azul World Championship. So you're gonna have to watch me make a move, because if I don't, I lose on time, and I don't like losing on time. I don't like losing in general, actually. This. Yeah. I think this works. Because if I get red, yeah, this totally works. And then, like, my opponent gets red, I get red for the top, I get black or white. Anyway, this is actually not a difficult situation at all. It's at the start, and I'm doing pretty well. That's the semifinals of a qualification tournament for the Azul World Championship. I'm trying to get myself participation in Portugal. Back to this. We are going to take a little break, it seems. Well, not a purposeful break. There's going to be just a bit of a wait. Let me just have a look at what you're saying in the chat. Nicholas was suggesting to double attack the ruin. Well, Krishna won without that. Yes, green is a tactical color advantage. It should be illegal, and actually at the in-person World Championship it is. You're not allowed to play green at the featured table because it's not possible to see when it is being streamed. Oh, by the way, this website is, of course, it's not the MSO website. It's made by Ukrainians who also organize the Carcassonne Champions League. So this is another interesting event that not all of you might be following. This is a couple of months long event with 48 strongest players from 36 different countries. We're in the playoff stage where only 8 players remain, including yours truly. And of course, I'm going to use this stream as a reminder that I am giving away a board game called Carvey, a free copy, to those of you who manage to predict who's going to win the championship. Anyway, you gotta go watch my previous stream, the beginning of my previous stream, for the full giveaway announcement. That's just a bit of a plug right here. But this event in itself is quite interesting to follow, and most of my streams have been devoted to that. Back to this. When actually they're gonna start playing? Well, maybe let's see if the other match has started. Okay, so let's watch Dremcad for a while. Nope, let's not. Everybody wants to rest. Everybody's being slow. I know what I can do in the meantime. Oh yes, hi Hey Sunny. Yeah, well, I appreciate that you hope me to see you in Portugal. But yeah, for those of you, Hey Sunny is the player who eliminated me from the previous tournament and denied me a spot in Portugal. Because there's 8 qualification tournaments, and now I'm in the semi-final on my last chance. Anyway, so scores. It's gonna be Dremcad and who? Osno. And it's gonna be Helga versus Krishna. So these are the 2 duels that's about to happen. Okay, so Tremcad starts first, so we're gonna watch him. And we will have a look at Krish's game. So, who to root here? It's pretty interesting. Well, I guess the Portuguese player is the favorite, and they were the silver medalists, so it's kind of nice for them to be able to come back and have a second chance at this. Imagine like 2 years in a row. First year you win silver in such a competitive field, and second year you win gold. Would be so huge for them. On the other hand, it's also fun to root for the underdog, although 661, it's really strong rating. I mean, nobody's like really the massive underdog here. I do believe that Afonso is the slightly more skilled player. He has 14,000 games under his belt, and he's just very quick at pattern recognition, very good with field fights. And also just quick on his fields in general, very sharp. But you know, you don't win for being skilled on paper, you have to prove it on the board. So here's what's happening. 4 points on the scoreboard for each player, monastery for each player, but the Colombian has managed to almost build up a nice flower-shaped city. This is gonna work fantastic for them. Osno's trying to steal Sergio's road. Let's see if he's successful, but will that even matter? Sergio gets a massive 12-point city, 12 points extra on the board. Afonso drops a farmer, which is really good farmer. It's only, the field is only worth 6 points, but so many greed squares. This field will be developed later. He gets this nice 6-point road. This is somewhat of a consolation. And if you're Dremcat, I don't think you're bother re-attacking this road. No, it's a mistake. Like, it's just a mistake. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's worth doing. I think it was much stronger for Dremcat to simply start another road on his own. Like, 6 points, it's not that much, and also given the overall chances that you're going to get 6 points, it's not worth the 2 moves. And also, these are not really 6 points, these are 5 points, because red is also adding a point to yellow's monastery. So it looks like red really helped with yellow's monasteries. This square is a pretty rare pattern, but it does occur once in a while. It's super safe. Yeah, for example, right now, he can just finish it and meeple a ruin, which is exactly what I would do. Or maybe he won't even bother. Maybe he will, like, go here, meeple a city, or go here, meeple a city, or something like this. If I were Osno, I would probably go here and even meeple this, because this city is already worth 5 points. There's a few big tiles remaining. We're early in the game, and if he just gets one Dorito tile, he gets to cover it up nicely, and maybe in the future create a threat of completing this city even. But Dremcat gets a fantastic tile. Not only he finishes a 4-point city, he gets another monastery, and also the monastery is such that makes it harder for yellow to block this road. However, yellow is still trying. He's charting a new city at the bottom at the expense of developing his field. He chooses not to develop his field just yet, just for the sake of blocking it off. I think it's a very strong move. There's still 4 tiles that fit into the square, but at the very least, red will not be sharing all these road points. Still, I'm not sure how much of a consolation it is for the Portuguese player, given that they're 20 points behind on the scoreboard. And this farm is now not looking that healthy, because still only 6 points, and it's getting kind of closed. If Dremcat gets a straight line, he could go over here, meeple this, tie the road, and just really shut off the development of said road. He does not do it just yet because he doesn't get the tile. In the meantime, this city by Osnofak has more venom than it seems. He's 1 Dorito tile away from covering it up, and the city is already worth 8 points. Dremcat decides to start his own thing. Osno gets 8 points on the scoreboard for the city and a meeple back. Now he finally has 2 meeples to play with. Let's see if he manages something. Dremcat gets a fantastic tile. I think he will... Well, he has a variety of options here, actually. Let's see what he does. There are 2 annoying moves that one can play. One is kind of annoying, and one is extremely annoying. I'm not sure which one I prefer. Of course, an obvious move is to do something about that city, but another move is to do something about that field, or this field. It's possible to maybe meeple that, if that's the one. I do think it's extremely strong. That was the move that I was talking about. Look at this. It denies 3 squares for the development of the field, and it just abuses this road over here. And moreover, it prevents the idea of expanding this field to a road monastery. If yellow were to draw a road monastery, then yellow's farmer would go kind of over here on the outside, and these 2 castles would come into this field, but now this is not really possible. And now how does exactly the Portuguese player win here? It does seem that it has come a time for yellow to start being extremely efficient with tiles. So this farmer over here, a bit difficult, but we can develop it if we get a dagger tile over here to start the city facing outwards. Then we could maybe get 4 points for the city, 3 points for the field. That's 7 with a meeple back. With roads, so this is an interesting configuration here. I can see maybe getting a curve, another curve, and dropping another farmer. But the problem of dropping another farmer is that you start getting kind of dispersed. And if you start 2 fields, these are very difficult to hold down. So instead, Osno makes a move which simply prevents Red from attacking his city. But I don't like that move. I much rather would have preferred something over here, putting pressure on Red's, on Yellow's, on Red's city meeple. Yes, I didn't need to double correct. The reason for this is because as Yellow, we actually don't mind our opponent attacking. So let's say if our opponent gets a Dorito tile, we go over here. Then we get a quadruple city tile and go over here, and then simply start blocking this square. But now what's going to happen is that Dremcat's going to go over here and attempt to block. And honestly, I would just let them do that. So it's very tempting. Yes, exactly. I like what Afonso does. He does not defend this square. He simply wants to start a loop, finish a loop, drop a farmer. Ooh, it's a big dilemma now. No, he doesn't go for the city. He goes to the field. But now he has to play with one meeple, and that's a problem. Maybe this certainly a tile which would have really been nice over here. Because then the threat of completing this city with just one meeple is completely real. And I know that Yellow dreams about completing that city. Hi, Joao. It's pretty obvious who you'll be rooting for. If I'm honest, I can't also be fully impartial. I think I have a preference in this match as well. I will pretend that I'm not. Wow, what a move. What a move. What a committal move. I'm not sure if I like that as Dremcat. So I think Yellow has been playing this game a bit more like classically, just trying to build efficiently, create threats, but Red is being a bit temperamental, a bit more volatile. For example, the attempt to steal this road early on, now the attempt to equalize this farm, it makes sense. But then imagine what happens. Okay, so this farm's worth 9 points. You spend a meeple on equalizing 9 points, and this is a safe connection. It will work. But you create 2 flips in a situation where you're ahead as Red. So what's going to happen is Yellow's going to draw a city cap, score 6 points. Then you're going to connect to the farm. Then then Yellow's going to draw the one remaining monastery, score 9 points. And then Red will have scored 15 points with 0 price whatsoever. Because Yellow will get all the meeples back. Now, this could go another way. Maybe Red wins the coin flip and just wins the game. And maybe Red wins the coin flip over here. But then why take the risk? That would be my question. Now Dremcad decides to give himself meeple backs, which makes sense, but this also gives meeple back to Afonso. Now gives him a bit of breathing room. He chooses 2 quick points over a farmer. Yeah, so the Colombian is the first one to win the coin flip, and immediately, of course, Afonso has to attack the city, but it's a difficult situation for the Portuguese player. This 6-point field is still undeveloped. Yeah, life is hard. Like, it's a great tile, but with the city cap, you just can't do anything. I can see some ideas. This is one of them. The idea is, of course, to try and block this field connection square, and also draw a coin flip for the monastery. I don't like this idea. I think what I would have preferred is placing this tile over here and just YOLOing it. Like, I would not have had the patience, but that's why I'm not playing in the finals. By the way, the story how I flopped my tournament yesterday is like, I mean, obviously I was playing it as well. It's just so spectacular, it's even embarrassing to share. But yeah, the reason I'm not playing is because maybe I lack patience in these situations. Like, I would have totally gone over here and said, okay, YOLO, I need to finish the city. I need to finish the city. And then, of course, this would have cost me because red would have attacked this city. But then I'm thinking, maybe it's not such a bad idea. Maybe at this point we already have to take the risk. I was also a bit surprised how quickly Afonso played this move. Well, this move certainly makes sense because it gives him a meeple back, which I think immediately is going to be used by the Colombian player to drop a farmer. Yeah, this is very strong. He doesn't even bother to finish his city at the top. He doesn't even bother because this farm is so important positionally. Osno can really do so much. I mean, wow, he starts yet another city, recognizing that there are many city caps remaining, and he just wants to prevent Dremcat gaining easy points from this farmer. But he uses another city cap elsewhere. Yeah, so now Afonso still tries to build up that city, which is worth a sizable chunk of points, but with these 8 points, I think the game is pretty much over. Or is it? Well, maybe. We could, I guess, block this monastery towards a 50-50 and maybe hope that we draw a crossroads. I don't think that's the best case. I think I see a strong move for the Portuguese player, one that actually gives him hope. It has something to do with roads. Obviously, because it's a road tile. But let's see if he spots it. The problem with the Portuguese player's position, other than being down on the scoreboard just massively, is that red has also a bunch of threats. Now that I think about this, there are very few tiles that go into this square because all of the 8 straight roads have been out. 3 out of 4 crossroads like this have been used up. And 2 starting tiles have been used up. I think I see a strong idea. This is exactly that. Nice. Afonso finds it, hoping for the exact kind of tile that Dremcat just drew. And there's still one of those remaining. But the beauty of that move is it's a major setup. Because we can go here, if we draw the other tile, and we can go here, take the city, bring this castle into our field, and then also score 8 points for this castle, because there's still 1 dagger tile that goes over here. Nope, there isn't. All 3 of them are on the board. So that's why as Dremcat, I mean, there are a variety of options that you can play. You can think about bringing this farmer into this field somehow. Or you can prevent some of the threats that yellow is having over here. But with 30 points on the scoreboard, I think you can win it every which way. Self-Evident is asking, will there be a draw for the quarterfinal of the Carcassonne Champions League? I think there should be. I don't think it's today. At least it doesn't make sense for it to be today. When the organizers of the Carcassonne Champions League are literally playing. Yeah, so Dremcat chooses the move which brings him closer to this field, which certainly makes sense. A move that I would have liked, I think is more secure, is going over here and dropping a farmer like this, anticipating that yellow's going to draw the tile that goes here, and then This would just bring us into the field, so an insurance move. Now, Afonso's in dire straits here. I think, like, he's only... I don't think that's it. Honestly, I think what Afonso should have done is gone just over here and just really YOLO this city. Like, I just see no other way for him to win the game. And let's say, if we go here, okay, Dremcat goes here to connect. Then we just go here, reconnect, draw the one triple city tile, go over here. Maybe he thinks he can do that later. But these 4 points, I just don't see how this will be sufficient. Well, maybe. Maybe there's something that can be done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still one curve remaining. Imagine we draw a curve here as yellow and drop a farmer like this at some point. Then we draw the last remaining starting tile, place it over here, get a road back, get 2 extra points for the road, get meeples back, get this city into our castle, and then get this rightmost farmer into this 12-point field. Because basically at this point, like, the Portuguese player needs to be hoping for his like 1% chance and stuff. Yeah, I do think it is a bit of a miss. Because the reason why I like this move over here is because it forces Dremcat to do something about it. It basically forces a city connection, and then we can either re-attack or block. But maybe Osno is still going to have these ideas later. Not with this tile, but maybe with a different tile. For example, he could... Well, they aren't really good monastery spots. There are certainly a few spots to take quick points, but will 2 points make even in a dent when your opponent is 30 points ahead on the scoreboard and has a bunch of threats? I do see that the idea of completing this city with 3 back-to-back tiles is still live. Like, at some point, Osno should go for it. Yeah, Melvin is saying Dremcat can anticipate the farmer up. Yes, exactly. I was talking about this before, so as red, I really like dropping a farmer here. But now it's yellow's move, 1.5 minutes on the clock. I'm sure he's trying to figure out all the remaining tiles. Come on, if you're gonna go out with it in the tournament, go out with style. Fight until the end. Fight, 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 fight. He scores 2 points, which is my preferred move. Putting some pressure on this city. So now the way Dremcat... Oof. This is, of course, very rough. Okay. Afonso now gets a good tile. But will that even be enough? Like, honestly, do we even go here? Ah, by the way, my idea would have worked had he placed a farmer over here. Oh, man. Ah, that would have worked. Imagine if this monastery move was placed over here and Afonso would have dropped a farmer. Then Dremcat would not have been able to block. And then Osno would have had an extra farmer on this field. Oh, but I see the idea. That was brilliant. What he did totally works. Because there's still one more road monastery in play, which can and will be used over here. Of course, Dremcat is now dropping another farmer, which was the downside of this move. And Osno has now a overproduction of meeples. Yeah, that was the problem, I think. Yep, that's what did it. That's what did it. I think that was really Osno's only chance. Because the problem with this move is that it just so nicely opened a field reinvasion platform for Dremcad. Dremcad is going to go over here and be cool. This was a brilliant move too, because it was hoping for the Road Monastery. He was hoping for the Road Monastery himself. And there just isn't all that much that Afonso can do. It's so unfortunate. So there were some sneaky ideas that could have been done. But it is what it is. Yes, exactly, Melvin. Afonso seems to be postponing the big comeback. Like, sometimes you just have to go with it. Okay, you realize that, like, all these moves, for example, this one trying to be efficient with the shielded tile, that works if these points are actually going to matter. But if you go over here, okay, you gain 2 extra points potentially because you put a shielded tile into a completable city. These 2 extra points are not going to make the difference. It's just all those big features, and I believe that this was really the turning point. Like, after this, as yellow, we still had chances. But now the Colombian player has been very technical in the way they convert this advantage. They didn't do anything crazy. Well, this is a bit extra if you ask me. This could have gone really south for the Colombian. But this is also more entertaining to watch, so I'll give them that. 1 minute on the clock for a Portuguese player. They're trying to decide where exactly to drop a farm, I presume. No, they decided to simply let in that guy into the farm. Presumably because they know that there was another curve, and oh, this is so painful. Dremcad now just has a wealth of options. He can either go here and drop a farmer like this, which is like a 7-point move, and also threaten to reconnect. I'm not sure if that's possible. I don't think it is. Or he can just go over here and score 7 points for the farm. Yeah, many spectacular ways of finishing this. 6 extra points on the scoreboard. And now Osno does get the crossroads. Wait, so then what does this guy get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm not going to bother trying out their last remaining tile. Three points for Osno and a dagger for Dremcad, which meant that, of course, he would have connected to the field here anyway. Oh, of course, Afonso was the one who wanted to have the dagger, saying GG and good luck for the semifinals. 3 field points for the Colombian is what's gonna do it. Let's see what the final point difference is. It's even not that great. Just over 20 something, which means that either the idea of taking over the field or the idea of finishing this city is something that totally would have worked. So certainly a tough position here for the Portuguese player, but I wish we had seen a bit more fireworks in the way they try to handle this. A 672, a very high rating for the Colombian player now. And we will soon start the semifinals, but before that, I will update the score and I will switch to the other game. Let's see how Helge and Krishna are doing. Sweden versus Latvia. For the first time ever, a Colombian is going to be in the semifinals. For the first time ever, a Finnish player is going to be in the semifinals. And, well, for the first time player, either a Latvian... Well, actually, no, this is not true. A Latvian player literally like won this whole thing 3 years ago, so I kind of forgot. So it could be possible that for the first time a Swedish player will be in the finals. But as it stands now, it does not look particularly likely, because Helge here is 17 points down on the scoreboard and has no meeples. Whereas Chris is doing quite well for himself. He has a meeple and he has points. I also see that the Swedish player, I can still see their green meeples, has a bunch of blocked stuff here. There are no tiles that fit into this square because all 4 starting tiles have gone out. And here, so none of these meeples are coming back. This ruin is shared. They sort of cancel each other's out. So difficult. Now, from Krishna, we're probably going to see some sort of blocking move. So with this monastery move, he attempted to create trouble against this city. A variety of things that he could do. Yeah, beautiful move. And you see what the point is. Helge now has to finish this city, I think. Because, like, what else are you going to do? But then this will create a blocking platform for Krishna to try and block this farmer. Yeah, which is why typically it's... but he doesn't get a blocking tile. Now this gets interesting. Okay, this gets interesting. But normally, this just illustrates how risky of a move this normally is. These giraffe neck tiles are notoriously bad for field invasion because you very often end up in a situation where you need to choose one meeple. Like either you save the city meeple or you save the farmer. Miraculously, Krishna not only didn't draw a curve to block, he didn't even draw a straight line, which would have enabled him to drop a farmer and kind of counter this guy. So now, I don't know, he's going to probably score some quick points just to minimize the probability to 50-50, right? Because there's still a 50% chance. There's one Dorito tile that's left, which a green can use, and no splitters. But I think the idea here, why Krishna did that, is because he knows that if he doesn't do that, then Helge draws this, places it here, and drops a second farmer. And then draws one of the 2 remaining vanilla city caps, and then brings in 2 farmers at once. And even though this move by Krishna left like a 50% chance of green connecting into the field, it prevented the worst case scenario where green wins the field with 2 meeples. And it seems that this is the only way for green to win the game, because 9 points ahead on the scoreboard is Krishna, and then 6 points for the farmer versus 2 points for the city. That's 4 extra points, and then a slightly worse developed monastery that's -3. So 10 points ahead if, and that's a big if green connects over here. So the plan for green, it seems, is to win this field outright. But how exactly do you do this when you have only one meeple? I mean, there are attacking spots here or here. Presumably that there are enough tiles that left to fit here. The problem of both these attacking spots is that they require the same type of tile. So for example, this thing fits here and here. Maybe there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There was a beautiful idea which I thought worked but didn't. So you see, if they were crossroad tiles remaining, then green could have gone over here and dropped a farmer, and then gone over here with a crossroads and connected to the farm like this. The problem is that it won't work because there are no crossroads remaining. So instead he went for one of these approaches. Cats blame them for that. I think an alternative move was simply to finish a shared loop, just to get both sides a meeple back and get more variance for both sides. Because Krishna now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I guess he can now go, he's thinking basically whether to go here or not. Because what this would do is that this would block this square. Well, not block, but it would take away some options, let's say. There are loads of tile that fit into the square. So there's this one, but this one doesn't count because we need it here as green. There's 2 vanilla city caps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1 curve remaining. And there's 1 road monastery remaining. No regular monastery. So most of the tiles that fit into that square are those. And there's some interesting ideas that the Latvian player can implement. Well, one thing that they can do, they know that they need not to be worried about these farmers too much, because since there's a road monastery remaining, yeah, he just allows the connection. Because since there's a road monastery remaining, he basically hopes to draw a road monastery. And if this guy draws a road monastery, I don't know, he can just drop a farmer anywhere, like this, for example, then connect through the outside, through a road monastery. So one of the 2 joker tiles is still in the game. Also, in some scenarios, actually, yeah, this feels like 15 points. And Krish is already ahead by 11. So I don't think he even needs this field that bad. Okay, so I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Why do we not connect here? Because you know what you're going to do if you're Krishna? You have a couple of fancy moves. But yeah, you kind of just need to ignore the field, really. You can afford, for example, to claim this ruin. And then you're going to have 6 extra points as compensation when green connects. And this should be enough, I think. Then, also, if you want to be extra fancy, you can go over here and like meeple this little piece. Which means that if this guy connects, he'll be forced to finish your city and give you a meeple back. So they're all kind of sneaky, fun ideas that you can do. The most important thing is to score something. Yeah, and he decides simply to get points. I would have preferred the move over here, actually. Because Helga can now finish a shared road and get both sides a meeple back. And this is not something that Krishna likes seeing. I think, honestly, the best move as the Latvian player was to go here. Oh, okay, he chooses to get points. Well, now, of course, this makes perfect sense. But Krish can just go here. Or go here. And this would guarantee that Helga can only connect in one spot. Because there's the road monastery for this tile. And there's a Dorito for this tile. If you place it over here like this, then you guarantee that there's a Sophie's choice, that you can only connect one of these 2 farmers. And this in itself should be enough to win. Oh yeah, congratulations, of course, for the Colombian fans. I just saw the chat. Hi, Afonso, my commiserations. And of course, massive respect for reaching the playoffs 2 years in a row. Well, it looks like we will be seeing a Latvian player in the semifinals again. Unless he loses on time. Don't lose on time. Yes, he does. He makes the block. He makes the block. He's not going to be fancy. And Helge can, of course, connect one of these farmers, but not both. Which is why this is a crucial, crucial mistake by the Swedish player. And I know why the Swedish player made this mistake. He was sort of afraid that Krishna would use this platform to connect into the field, but this was a red herring. This was exactly what this move did. This was basically make one point, and then just try and then just hope that your opponent makes a mistake. Because it looks scary, as if there's a field connection opportunity. But the truth was that there sort of wasn't. I mean, there was. I guess red could have gone over here and dropped a farmer like this, connected through the outside of a curve. And this is what the Swedish player was trying to prevent. But I think the thing that you needed to realize is that beggars can't be choosers. Like at some point when you're behind, you just cannot afford to be blocking. You just need to go for it. A nice 7-point ruin for the Latvian to wrap things up. Oh, by the way, I see that we have so many viewers. Obviously, do meeple the like button for the algorithm. That like super helps so that more people find out about the Mind Sports Olympiad and the competitive Carcassonne in general. And if you like seeing this kind of stuff and want to see it more than once, then make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon, because I'm streaming a lot lately. There's a lot of high-level tournaments going on. Oh, I forgot the back-to-back route. Oh, yes, but it's no longer possible, right? Because there was simply not enough tiles. And just to rub it in, Krishna gets 3 extra points from the Road Monastery. So let's see. Without this mistake, Green would have had 1, 2, 3, 4, so 4 extra cities, so 12 extra points, plus the 3 extra points from here. So 15 points. Did it matter? I don't think it did. Yes, exactly. So this is heartbreaking. If had Helge played precisely, wait, they actually could have won. I don't think I'm hallucinating. No, they could not have won, but they would have lost by just 1 point. But hear me out. If they go here, and if then they draw another city, then they go here again, and they have 3 extra points on the field. So maybe there was a way to make this close. Now, of course, the Latvian manages to protect the field, and my commiserations to all the Swedish fans, and certainly massive respect for going deep inside the tournament that far. But Krish Kautis, the reigning Latvian champion, is now also in the semifinals of the Mind Sports Olympiad, and it makes me immensely joyful, I have to say that. As much as I like his opponents as well. So I think it's going to be... I'm going to confirm the pairings. The pairings are going to be confirmed soon enough, and it does appear that there might be a little break before the semis. I hope that there isn't. But if there is, then maybe my special guest will be back in time to join. At least they will be here for the finals, as far as I know. We're getting updates from the organizers. Let's see if we have actually the... No, that's the wrong one. Mind Sports Olympiad, okay? So who is going to play? Aha! Wow, that was a very quick update. So thanks for our creators of this website from Team Ukraine. So it's going to be Lawyer versus Krishna again, a rematch in the semifinals. Well, will the Latvian be able to exercise his revenge? And Naleheim versus Dremcad. Otto Ikonen versus Sergio Antolines. Here, of course, Otto would be the massive, massive favorite. Are we going to see... Well, I mean, however this turns out, we're going to see just an incredible final. Like, it could be Kristen Naleheim, Kristen Dremcad, Lawyer Naleheim, Lawyer Dremcad. Still, the update is being typed from the tournament directors. I'm going to check if there's anything interesting in the chat. I'm going to scroll up and see what you all said. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check if I need to make a move in Azul. No, I don't. Okay, back to this. Yeah, I'm a bit anxious streaming without a camera. It feels very, very weird. Hopefully it's not too weird for you. I hope that the action compensates. The thing that what you're seeing on the board is what matters the most. The organizers are still preparing their massive updates. And now all these are going to be in the best of 3 format. Okay, so now I think I need to change Dremcard Nallerheim. These are the semifinal scores. And Lawyer Krishna. This is how it's going to work. And it looks like we're starting in a few minutes, so I'll be silent for a couple of them. I am going to get myself some hot liquid in order to stay hydrated so that I still have my voice. I'm going to need my voice for a long, long time. We're still up for about 3 hours more worth of action, so... 1.5 hours for the semifinals and 1.5 hours for the finals. Right, let's see if anything has started. I am back. Okay. It seems that the players are ready. And we're going to be starting something. I am armed with hot liquid. So, have they started? No, they haven't. Has Nalleheim started? Yes, they have. So now we're watching Nalleheim. 867, that's insane. It could get like, it could get close to 900 after the end of the tournament if he wins any more games. I will have to make analysis videos after this later. Alright, so the play with the green meeples and the Finnish flag and the obscene rating of 867 is starting with a dagger tile and scores 4 points. How does the Colombian respond? He places a red meeple on a road for 2 points. Nalleheim now gets... Ooh, interesting. He makes a different move than I would have done. I've had this pattern recently, and there's a different tile for this tile that I prefer, so certainly I'd like to hear his thoughts in the future. Starting a new city, of course, pointing the city cap in a way that restricts it. Dremkat starts a 3-point monastery controlling green city. Green is unperturbed, takes 2 points. Now... Red is being quite annoying, but actually as red, I think I prefer this move without a meeple because red doesn't have an incentive. Wait, no, it's a decent move actually. I really like it. You know what's the idea there? So I was thinking that it is not good for red to have 2 meeples tied up versus 1 green meeple, but honestly he just doesn't mind. I think the plan is to build up the big ruin, then block the square, then survive the loss of 2 meeples. But what this will do for us as red, this will make sure that we have like a boatload of points for these 2 meeples, and red's meeple is trapped just, but green's meeple is trapped with just 1 point. But again, Nalleheim just keeps scoring quick points, and quick points, and quick points. Okay, let me actually do something as the players are thinking a little bit. Just so that it's clear what's going on. I know, very unspectacular, right? But it's a spontaneous stream. Red didn't follow through. Red didn't follow through. I don't like that. Well, actually, no, now I do, because the situation has changed. It's very interesting how Sergio manages to very quickly adjust to the situation. So early on, there was this idea of like building up a big ruin with all these squares over here. But now there is value in actually connecting this guy to the field, not to the field, but to the city, because it creates a vulnerability here against this green meeple. And if red manages to draw a Dorito tile or something like this, then he'll be able to trap this green meeple with just like 3 or 4 points. And this is exactly what he's trying to do. Nalleheim surprises me massively. I would not have played that move. I would have played move. Oh wait, when was that? No. Yeah, I would not have played that move. I would have played this monastery like over here, just going for full-on equity, and then trying to take points for this 4-point city cap. You place this monastery point the road down, then finish your city, and so on and so on. Especially given the threat of... especially given the threat of having your meeple blocked. And now he would have this beautiful monastery over here pointing down. He must have a reason against this. I think he wants to control the city cap, but I don't see that much value in that, because it was a bit of an awkward monastery placement for red. It's very, very interesting. So I think part of green's consideration must be his scoreboard lead, and he's keen to make low variance moves. He just wants to equalize red's monastery without thinking about it too much, rather than building a monastery of his own. Now, of course, builds up another monastery, tries to put pressure on this square. Red is not able to do anything about it, but at least red gets on the scoreboard. Nalheim gets a fantastic tile, but what's the prioritization? I think prioritization is the strongest side of this player, but how exactly does he do this? Does he go here and put some pressure on this square? Or does he go here first because it's the highest immediate point value of a move? Certainly this has to be appealing. But I kind of have a feeling that he's going to do this instead. On the other hand, I don't think this is like that strong, because Dremcat can just get a curve and a starting tile and drop a farmer. Like, he can do just all right for himself. But again, this totally works. At least this prioritization totally works, at least for now. The Colombian player is unafraid to use a shielded tile to finish his monastery and drop a farmer, also put some pressure on this square. This farm looks quite... Okay. Okay, we should be back now. I do apologize for the delay. We missed so many interesting things, but it is what it is. Sometimes things are like that. Do let me know, by the way, if I'm back. But just so that we know what we missed, I was explaining this critical situation in which green can place a Dorito tile over here in a way that completes his road, and also makes it impossible for Nalheim to complete both of his features. Red is trying to build up his city and monastery efficiently, but in the meantime, life is getting a bit difficult for the Colombian player with just one meeple. He gets these 4 points, very valuable 4 points that he needs a lot. Nalheim gets a road tile, but what exactly does he do with it? He might drop a farmer here, maybe? But then, as green, you don't really want to be building up your opponent's features. Well, the Finnish player is thinking. Let's try and brainstorm some candidate moves for them. Well, he could actually go here and meeple the road. I think this is what he will end up doing, with the idea of then completing the road and meepling the farm. At least it makes sure that red does not get a meeple back too soon, and if green places a meeple over here, then green will still be in control of what's happening. He'll still be ahead on the scoreboard. He still is going to have a very nice two versus one meeple majority, but he chooses not to do that for reasons that I don't agree with. I mean, of course, his idea is to protect his road a little bit. It makes it harder now for red to place something in this square and go on to block. But it's also possible that red can place something in this square and go on to block green's road like this. I think Red's move is also quite clear. Building up the monastery, pre-building the road. Maybe he comes up with something different. Oh, of course, he chooses to save his features. That makes much more sense than what I was thinking. Because obviously we cannot allow for green to draw a Dorito tile and block both of our features. So instead, we took this, and now we only have net 1 meeple blocked, because green has 1 meeple blocked or tied up in this knot, and red has 2 meeples tied up to this square, so it's a net 1 meeple. And there's still 2 tiles that can fit into this square. Oh, look at this. I knew it. Like, how does the Finnish player, how does he manage timing? It's like completely, it's just incredible. It's incredible. So he dropped a farmer in a way that disrupts red's monastery, and at the same time anticipates the field's connection. Because now, I mean, Dremcat has to go over here. It's not a choice. And then he will be finishing his features, but he also will be letting in this guy into the field. And I think what Dremcat is thinking, is there a way how I can not let this guy into the field? The answer is no, because if you don't do that, I mean, what else are you going to do? I guess you could score 4 points over here and point the road like this, but they're still going to give Nalaheim a road monastery, another tile that he can place over here. And it's just like a risk that red cannot take. Honestly, if red finishes the features, red is doing not all that bad for himself. Getting closer on the scoreboard, has a monastery which is closer to completion. Like, red is doing just fine. And Nalaheim doesn't draw the best tile. I can see some sneaky ideas. Well, we could YOLO it. We could, like, go over here, drop a farmer, and then try to connect through a monastery. We could go over here, drop a farmer, and then we maybe try to implement that idea later. This is just really not the tile that the player with the green meeple was dreaming of. Because a tile that he really wanted was something like a curve that allows us to drop a farmer here and connect. Or maybe a crossroads that allows us to drop a farmer like this and connect here. Yeah, and so very strong move by the Finnish player. He recognized that this is a volatile spot, and he decides to block it off just so that his opponent doesn't get to use it, and starts a 4-point road in the process. Still 3 crossroads remaining, 5 on the board, so chances are that we'll see this meeple getting back. And now, interestingly, this road is very super safe, because red cannot go over here and attack this road, because this would put red's monastery in jeopardy. So a very strong find by the Finnish player. Simply adds 1 city to his shared feature. Really not that much to do as the Colombian. Now this is interesting. This is a city cap tile, which could go in a variety of places. I mean, it could go here, just to make sure that green can continue his road. But I knew that he wouldn't do it. Of course he goes over here. He tries to be extremely efficient with his tiles. And look at what he does. He sets up a blocking attack against this monastery. He starts a new city. And potentially there is some field options there, like you go here, drop a farmer, curve, connect, and then this field becomes pretty closed. And this is one of those semi-closed positions where if one side wins the field, then they could hold it down with a simple majority, not a super majority. Like, let's say, if we get a city cap, a farmer, curve, curve, then this field will be worth 15 points, and there won't really be any reliable spots to reconnect. On the other hand, this maneuver here by the Finnish player could go really south. And it doesn't go south because Dremcat doesn't draw a good tile. In this case, the monastery is really not what Dremcat wanted. He wanted to get a road tile that both connects to his road and at the same time continues his monastery. Kind of a tile that he got now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so there's still 3 curves remaining. I think as the Finnish player, you sort of have to go here and maybe meeple the road, even though it's a bit unpleasant because you're going to be without meeples for quite a while. But Red chose that he wants to build up this monastery. I may have some doubts about that choice. Yeah, he has to do this. He has to do this. There's no farmer. Okay, this is nuts. Why would you do? Why would you ever do that? This is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't even. You should see my face right now. Why? I'm speechless. Because with one straight line, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's still 3 of those remaining. Malahheim can go here and just destroy Dremcat's game in one move. Just destroy it. Maybe he's thinking that I can't get over this. Like, maybe he's thinking that, okay, Malahheim goes here, but then I get a crossroads and I get a road monastery. Well, no, we're not in that part of the game yet. Like, why be and it works. But no, you see, he gets a curve and he doesn't even get to connect. This is crazy. Oh my god. This is so crazy. I mean, of course he gets a curve, he needs the meeple back and he wants to share the road. But he still risks this meeple getting trapped at 3 points. And Malahheim still miraculously doesn't get to blocking tile. Honestly, I can guarantee his next tile is a curve. He's going to share this road and win this game. And we're going to see if the Finnish player is going to tilt or not. Okay, he doesn't do that yet, but will he draw a defense? I think a defense is in order. Surely you have to go here now. It's crazy. It's crazy. I can't get over this. He just makes the equity move, just assuming that but he's not that far behind. Why would he do that? Okay, now. Now you go over here. I mean, you have to protect that square. You have been given like 3 chances. Sergio, what you doing? What are you doing? Whew. Well, I mean, you have to protect. Like, life only gives you so many chances. And also, this is like the best tile ever. Because you go here, there are still 2 Doritos with a road. I can't get over this. And Malahheim still doesn't get a blocking tile. I mean, this is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, why did my camera have to break right now? I mean, it is... Like, the Colombian player is just playing right like there's no tomorrow. I mean, what kind of crops is this farmer growing? Whew. And how frustrating must it be for Nallerheim to just have not been able to block 3 times in a row or 4 times in a row? Okay, so Nallerheim drew this, and then he drew this, and then he drew this. Yeah, so 3 tiles in a row. I mean, Dremcad could probably go here. Actually, no, that's not such a good idea. You see, because now he doesn't get such a good tile. Maybe it's probably that monastery, which is a bit awkward. As much as I like monasteries, it doesn't look like it's going to be built up very easily. But why not just... I'm not going to comment. I'm just going to watch. Anyway, I appreciate all the entertainment that Sergio is providing for us. I can't explain it. Oh, Melvin is saying, well, Otto wished luck. Yeah, be careful what you say before the start. Well, finally he gets a blocking tile. I mean, how long can you just... It's crazy. Okay, now Farmer here. You see, I think now Otto is missing. Because I think Otto needed to drop a farmer here to prevent exactly something like this. And now watch this. Road Monastery. Red is gonna... No. Okay, Nalaham draws a Road Monastery. So Red's farmer is trapped for 3 points. I mean, 4 chances. Like, 4 chances. I mean, come on. Surely on the 4th chance, Nalaham drew a blocking tile. Oh, man. But you know what? The Colombian player might still win. I mean, there's only 5 points behind, and they just won't give up. Imagine if Nalaham blunders. If they accidentally go here and take 3 points. I don't think that's going to happen, but it could. Thanks, Void and Robin. Yes. Oh. Ooh, okay. So this is some neat idea from Dremcad. It looks like he's blocking his own field, but his idea now is to really persist and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and to get 3 curvy tiles, back-to-back curvy tiles, which still exist in the deck, to form that formation and try to, after all, get that farmer into the field. This is exactly what he wants to do. He knows what he's doing, he knows who he is, and he just goes for it. I mean, this farmer should get a restraining order against Sergio. I mean, he's so persistent. Just, I'ma invade. Nalaham now breaks the Colombian city, but it could also backfire because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means that there's 3 big city tiles that fit into that square. And as Dremcad, you have to be happy about that move, because then maybe you can get a Dorito and a triple city tile and then invade against that ruin. So there are a variety of things that you can do. One is maybe something like this, just to add a monastery point, but also sort of kind of cover up. Not like that. No, 1 square lower. 1 square lower I think is better, is stronger. So it seems that the Colombian is going for a different plan. What this city cap indicates is that he has no intention of drawing a triple city tile and a Dorito. It looks like he wants to draw 2 city caps and finish this ball-shaped city. The problem with that is that this can be prevented almost on demand. Like if the Finnish player is afraid, he can go over here and invade. But actually, I think... Okay, so I was mistaken. There's only 1 tile that's left here. 1 triple city tile. But given that you're behind as a Colombian player, whether it's 1 or 2, it doesn't make any fundamental difference. Now, the obvious move for Nalaham is to try to invade this city, but I think there is something sneak here. He could try reinvade this ruin, which I don't think he's going to do. He could just concede the ruin and try to work with this field, maybe wait for a better tile to do that. I know the move that he's going to play. I think it's none of these moves. I'll tell you after he plays if I was right, but it's a very, very sneaky idea. I'm pretty sure that he sees it. Yeah, Glovier, you're correct. If Dremcad was able to connect and win of that field, then Nalahheim would have taken a lot of emotional damage. So it definitely you get psychological equity. Okay, boring. So you see, Dremcad draws the dream tile but doesn't take advantage of it. Had only he placed the city cap in a different position, he would have now had a major, major threat. Four quick points go onto the Finnish player's scoreboard. Now Sergio is looking to score quick points somewhere or do something with this tile, I don't know. Oh yeah, here's what's my idea. Here's what I thought was going to happen. With this tile, instead of what Nalahheim did, which is perfectly reasonable, I would have gone over here to start a new city like this and to set up a block. Because the only triple city remaining was this triple city with a road. There were no triple cities with a field. So I would go over here and then draw a Dorito and then block this meeple and block this monastery and then get my city cap alive. This is, of course, a low variance move, which is as well reasonable. But I'm a bit surprised that Otto went for the simpler idea. Here we can see 3 quick points for the Colombian player and at the same time blocking this monastery square. There are no tiles that fit into this square. There were different dagger tiles, but all of them are on the board. So this, and this is what would have fit over here, but it is no longer there. The Finn gets a straight road and now needs to answer an important question. And the question is, does he bother continuing his road? If the answer is yes, it could backfire, because with 9 tiles remaining, the Colombian will have no reservations about dropping a farmer here and connecting to the field. So going here creates a platform. But at the same time, the Finnish player is not that far ahead to afford moves which are only defensive. He also needs to create threats of his own, because field is only one problem. It's like 12 points. Wow, this is something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Brilliant find by the Finnish player. He recognizes that all 8 crossroads are out and he creates an unblockable field connection, drops a farmer, and he hopes to get one of the multiple remaining curves or curvoids. I can spot at least 3 that would allow him a connection to the field and the prolongation of his road. So now Dremcad needs to do something about this. So what does he do? Does he go here and try to block this? But no, he goes here. He goes for the loop idea. I'm loving it. I knew, like, the instant he turned his crossroads, the whole idea. Yes, exactly. Like, a player like Nalahheim immediately sees through it. And this is a deceptive idea because it looks, oh, I'm just dropping a city cap into my field. I want to score quick points. But the truth is, he wanted to sneak around all the way here with 2 curves. Again, props to Sergio. Brilliant idea with his crossroads. He knew exactly what he was trying to do and he went for it. But what remains the same, what remains unchanged, is the fact that the Colombian's still going to have a hard time. Unbelievable. He starts a blocking attack. And Nalahheim doesn't draw a curve. And he doesn't draw even a defense tile, not that there was any. And, well, if Dremcad draws something like this, he can go over here and block this guy. or at the very least he can draw something that will make him drop a farmer of his own. Because in addition to blocking this, the Colombian has a different win condition. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 2 Doritos remaining. 2 Doritos. And if he draws one of them, Nalahheim might have not the time to draw the other one and connect. Again, not clear what to do here for the Colombian. I'm going to try and count up all the remaining tiles. So there is a Dorito with the road. Okay, so there's Dorito with the road. There's a regular Dorito. He tries to connect. Does that work? I don't think it does. There's no straight line. Nalahheim now needs to make a choice. Does he connect to the field or does he connect to the ruin? Because there's only one Dorito remaining. And if Nalahheim chooses the field, then Dremcad can get the Dorito tile and win this massive ruin. I don't think this is what Nalahheim should allow. I think the move is to go over here and then roll the dice with this tile. Because Nalahheim is slightly ahead. But is he ahead enough? This is the question. I'm not sure about that. This field will be 12 points. This road will be... Well, if you think about it, it's a 15-point move. Why not make a 15-point move? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, as neat as an idea this looks, I don't think there's a road tile at all that fits here. Or is there? 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. I think there's a starting tile. 1, 2, 3. There's a 4th starting tile. So, and then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is crazy. Dremcad can go over here now. He can go over here and hope for the starting tile. This is exactly what he does. I think he wins 33% of the time. Nalahheim gets the connection here. Dremcad does not get the starting tile. He gets the Dorito. And this is going to be all she wrote. The starting tile now belongs to Nalahheim. What a spectacular ending. And you have to give it for Sergio. Yes, there we go. What a neat idea to try and loop all the way through. And also the ability of Nalahheim to recognize that connecting to the ruin was more important than connecting to the field. Extreme patient exercise by the Finnish player. Just a spectacular endgame. But hey, that farmer, it's... I haven't been that entertained in a while, so... The foolhardy enterprise of YOLOing a 3-point farmer was just 1 tile short. But look at this. Look at how many resources were devoted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles. Just reaching all the way there and finally coming short. Ever so slightly coming short. Not managing to win either the ruin or the city. Plus 14 win for Nalahheim, an obscene rating of 871. And if the Colombian wants to come back, he's going to try some other method against the absolute Finnish machine. Oh, hi Crafty, hi Minorori. I think I need to take a breath. And I need to have a look how my teammate is doing. How is Krishna against Lawyer? Okay, so Krishna won the first game. 1-0. I get info from the organizers. So far, things are going as I predicted, because Krishna and Nalahheim were two of my favorites for the finals. Adrier was one of my favorites for the finals as well, but he lost. So Latvian, also super high rated at the moment, great shape, is now trying to put this away. Put this game away. Let's see if it works. Put this jewel away, rather. Well, I see a problem for the Latvian. I see multiple problems for the Latvian player. So first of all, they're even on the scoreboard relatively, but this guy has a meeple blocked for 6 points, and it's not a lot of points. So this means that Krishna will be playing with 2 meeples for the rest of the game. Another problem is this move over here. There's only 2 tiles that fit into this square, and they're valuable tiles, so it will be quite awkward for Krishna to finish this monastery. It's relatively awkward for Lawyer too, but he can always get a curve and some road end, or he can just straight up draw the road monastery and meeple another monastery, so there's always this threat for the play with the blue meeples. Despite Krishna's bleed on the scoreboard, I slightly prefer blue in this position. However, the Latvian player is absolutely excellent at playing positions like these with a meeple disadvantage and a scoreboard lead. This is also a type of position that I love to play with the side that has fewer meeples. Essentially what you do is try to practice extreme greed and then hope to survive. Basically, you allow your opponent to have a big field, you allow your opponent to have like ruins and whatnot. And the idea here is just to simply outrun your opponent and not allow them to use their meeple advantage. So for example, now I think we saw a mistake from Lawyer because it's a fantastic configuration for Krishna. So basically he got to block Lawyer's meeple, which is now even less than this road. There's only 1 tile that fits into this square, and it's also not guaranteed to be drawn. Krishna now gets a meeple back, 13 points on the scoreboard. This monastery is still live. And now just because of the sequence, I now prefer red. And honestly, red has like a 70% chance of winning this game now. Of course, blue is preparing a block of this square. It's very hard to defend, and Krishna will not be able to do that. But this is a fantastic tile for the Latvian because it goes in an obvious place, which just destroys 2 of blue's meeples. And now it is the blue meeples who's going to play with a meeple disadvantage. I mean, I can say I was asked, because I'm streaming this with only a 1 minute delay, I was asked not to comment on players' moves too much. Yeah, of course this is the move. Obviously this has to be the move. This always has been the move. And all is not over for the Ukrainian because he drew a fantastic... Why would you do that? Ah, come on. It's like Lawyer now drew the most fantastic tile in the world, the one which gives him joy and happiness, and he didn't use it. The tile, if you ask me, goes over here to defend this square, pre-finishing a road, and setting up a starting tile for a huge impact. I think this is such a premature decision. Because Krishna is now going to go over here. He's now going to complete the block. He's not going to bother starting a new city. Or maybe, no. Oh, he's going to play something better. He's going to go... There is a more beautiful way to block. It's just something else. I'm pretty sure the Latvian's going to see that. So, of course, there's a move which, that many of you see. I can say it out loud because it's just too obvious, right? Placing it over here. But there's something even slightly stronger, I think. So, and again, I'm so surprised that the Ukrainian player didn't use the dream tile to save his meeple. That's like, this is his game right there, that tile. That he has to bank on that tile with 13 points behind on the scoreboard, with red having this menacing monastery. And this would have been such a great sequence. You place this tile over here, and then you get a curve, drop a farmer, you get this city, get 4 points, get a 9-point field. And bam, you win. So you can bank your entire game on one tile, but then you're pretty sure that you win that game. All right. Yes. Oh, hi, Elias. Hi, Stephen Chang. Hi. Oh, thank you so much, Susanna, for the kind words. Yes, 871 Elo is indeed amazing, Daniel. It's also well deserved. Oh, no starting tiles left. Oh, God, I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that. Again, I've been also tired for 3 hours. I do that. That's why I lost the tournament yesterday. Okay. You know me. I sometimes do that. Well, anyway, if there were a starting tile remaining, then everything I just said would have been true. Since there isn't a starting tile remaining, since there isn't a starting tile remaining, then this move was a major blunder by Lawyer. Like, he literally blocked himself with the monastery. Because knowing that there's no starting tile remaining, it's just so easy to anticipate that your opponent's going to draw a curve and finish his monastery. So that was a massive, massive blunder by the Ukrainian, and it does seem that the Latvian player is just simply outperforming him on all fronts. And I think the main issue that I have with the play by Lawyer is the timing. Like, when you deal with these sensitive situations, you actually need to iterate through tiles, need to look at the peculiarities of which tiles are remaining. Although it is possible that, just like myself, Lawyer thought that there was a tile remaining. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it may have been a bit of an imprecise situation here. It was stronger to defend with the cities facing down. Well, I'm not sure, actually. Maybe I think there was a reasonable defense. Yeah, actually, it's stronger to defend with the city facing down. It's hard to explain, but actually, no, I take that back. I think this move was good. It's just unfortunate for Lawyer. He tried to connect to the city, massive respect. It just didn't work out. But he drew an important splitter tile to give him meeple back. So all is not lost for the Ukrainian player. He can still have a meeple back from here. Yes, he has meeples blocked, but he can grab a couple of city caps here, and he can at the very least make it close. I know. It hurts to read the chat after a 1 minute delay. You understand this? Yes, Melvin. The game is wrong. 5 starting tiles need to be added. Well, the Lawyer is getting the city caps. Is he going to get another one? Both sides are now playing with 1 meeple. However, no. I don't know, how did that possibly happen? But the Ukrainian still has the long-term meeple advantage somehow. Because he is going to get a meeple back from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. Whoa! I love that move. This move, it is not for the sake of pre-completing this road or saving. No. This move is flipping for this tile. This move is saying, I'm going to draw this tile before you, and I'm going to score 10 city points. This is a brilliant comeback attempt by the Ukrainian player. The problem for Chris is that he can barely do anything about it. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He can draw a straight line and block this opportunity. Or can he? Yes, he can. Because 1, 2, 3 dagger tile that fit into this square They're all gone. But honestly, I think I would have preferred a different move by Lawyer. I would have preferred something crazier, like taking 2 points here and pre-building this city. Or taking 2 points here and pre-building a city with a Dorito like this. So there was a way, like, Lawyer is just doing excellent things right now. He's realized that he's behind on the points, and he tries to come back by creating this volatile situation by just throwing a 10-point city up for grabs for anyone. But I think there was a way how he could have his cake and eat it too. Now scores 2 points, blocking Red's potential city. Red now draws a curvy tile. It's a question whether they're going to go here and use it to build a loop. I think they might. Or they might choose to protect their own field instead, maybe like placing it at the top. Because now there's a beautiful access point. So let's say if Lawyer gets a curve, drops a farmer, gets another curve, drops a farmer, gets a straight road. I think then Lawyer wins. Or is close to winning. Or has a reasonable chance of winning. Exactly, Crafty. I think that blue did not need to flip, but it makes stuff more entertaining. Well, 1 minute on the clock. Don't lose on time. I knew exactly. Yes, he made a spatial move. He made it so that it's impossible to connect to the field. Well, technically it is. Somebody can still drop a farmer here and connect like this. But this stuff is blockable. Well, Lawyer was trying to pre-build a loop, but Krishna's the one to pick it up. Maybe a bit too early desperation for the Ukrainian. Maybe there was a way to be a bit more strategic about this. Ooh, but this is an excellent move. 2 points, and 2 points in such a way that leave the city up for grabs. It's now impossible to block the city. So whoever gets the one and only tile that fits into this square is going to take 10 points. Although this is not entirely true, because one of these giraffes necks is still in the deck. And so, for example, if Krishna gets the giraffe neck, as the player in the lead, he probably should go over here and simply to deny the opportunity for blue to draw one of those and score these 10 points. But it's very interesting if you're Kristen, like, what do you do? Maybe you pre-build a loop? Maybe you start a new city? I don't think that you do that. It's certainly... I really like those close positions where both sides have one meeple. There are some moves which are obvious, like if you get a point scoring tile, you score points. But if you get a tile like this, how exactly do you improve your position without investing a meeple? This is what the Latvian is thinking right now. I just wish he did that faster. Okay, Yasna is saying lawyer, which means everything's clear. I don't think it is. Yeah, a dagger for Krishna and another 4 quick points. The Ukrainian player is hurting. He really, really wants to get that loopy tile. But now that I think about this, that loopy tile gives him like 8 points. Because he kind of will have to drop a farmer immediately after this, because the field's just too good. And then maybe he can score 10 points here for this flip. And then maybe like a 6-point field and connect. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Still not impossible for the Ukrainian to win. But I think he's being unnecessarily fatalistic here in the chat. Yes, thank you for all your analysis in the chat. I can't keep up. Also, we have like almost record viewers. We just this is great. We're over 50 people watching at the same time. Probably going to be multiple hundreds at the end of the stream. Meeple the like button if you enjoy what you see. Okay, so Kristen decides it's time. Just Meeple the Ruin doesn't want to wait for this tile. And I think he decided that there's still many city tiles remaining. Okay, now what does the Latvian do? I think he might go here, actually. Or do some sort of spatial move that prolongs the field. I think definitely... Okay, there's an easy move here by the Latvian player. I'll explain that in a second after he plays them, but there's only one correct move in this situation. It has something to do with preventing your opponent from invading your field and getting compensation and yada, yada, yada. 1 minute on the clock. Will he find it, though? Yes, exactly. This is a brilliant move because it prevents an invasion. With this tile, Lawyer would have gone over here and tried to invade with a curve. But of course, it's very unfortunate that the Ukrainian player didn't draw a tile that gives him a meeple back. Because in order to win, he needed this tile, drop a farmer, this tile, take the quick points, and then some other tile and drop a farmer. Well, yes, now he gets the 10 points for the city, except that now I understand these are not 10 points, these are 7 points, because this city, well, is in the field from that way, but also it is actually part of the same field from all the way there. Still, a great idea for the flip, just ended up not quite being enough, because Krishna drew all the curves. He drew a lot of curves. So how did that guy stay here trapped for such a long time? This is certainly rare. Lawyer is saying in Ukrainian that he had 6 curves available and he got 0, that he is in shock. Well, he shouldn't be. It happens once every 64 games, or like once every 80 games, something like this. And when you play thousands of games in Board Game Arena, sometimes that is going to happen. Look at the precision here from the Latvian player, blocking the highest scoring move by Lawyer, not allowing him to score 5 points for a ruin, but forcing him to score 3 points for a ruin. Precision just until the very end. Brilliant here by the Latvian player. And yes, certainly it makes sense that the Ukrainian player is distraught by not being able to draw a curve, and it is unfortunate for him that one of these 64 games, or one of these 80 roughly games, we did the calculation of that actually recently. Actually, literally, okay, sidetrack. Krishna, no, it was a different. Basically, one of my teammates, that was Maris Lazdinch, that was only Denver, who did the simulation about, like, simulated a million games, and basically it showed that you draw, if you have 6 tiles available for you, you draw 0 tiles out of 6, like roughly once every 80 games, 1.5% of the time, which obviously checks out, but it's of course unfortunate that one of these 80 games has to be exactly the semifinal. But if you think about this, had Krishna not drawn curves, he would have drawn something else valuable. Because a lot of these moves, yes, it was very unfortunate that Lawyer didn't get these like 8 points, which by the way would not have been enough. It's not like Krishna had much to do with these curves, like some sort of spatial moves, some sort of like blocking moves, but I think after this critical situation over here, Red was in a commanding lead, and he's just excellent at closed positions with blocked meeples, and 2-0 for the Latvian. This makes me happy. So unfortunate that out of 3 Ukrainian players, none of them reached the finals, but it looks like we are on track to have the kind of final that I thought would happen. So, Jasna, yes, this is exactly how you pronounce that word. Okay, now curious, who in my chat can read Cyrillic, other than those of you who speak Russian or Ukrainian as a native language? Okay, so in the meantime, we're going to have a look at how is Nalheim doing. This is their second game. 12 tiles remaining. Both players are taking their time, but look at this. 3 minutes on the clock of Nalheim. Which means probably that he's in an easier position. And it does appear to be the case. Or is it? Wait. Let's have a look. 1 extra point and a meeple on the scoreboard for the Finnish player. Green monastery equals red monastery. Lots of sneaky green farmers, 1, 2. And they're equaled by this red farmer and by this red farmer which is about to sneak in. The problem that if this red farmer sneaks in, and that's a big if, then this green meeple gets back. And I think that will make life difficult for the Colombian player. Exactly because of this. With his meeple advantage, he can just invade his field all he wants. Like, here's an invasion spot. Here's an invasion spot on the right. Here's an invasion spot on the left. He could just drop farmers everywhere. I mean, Drumcat can technically go here and invade the field, or here and invade the field. But then if you do that, you're left with 0 meeples until the end of the game. So instead of invading, he tries to block, but instantly Nalheim draws the straight line, and I believe this is going to be it. I don't think it's going to be possible to come back from this. Whew. 3 farmers now on the board. And I think the strategic problem that has plagued red in this game is this blocked city over here. You see this square, which requires a quadruple city tile, is bad for red because a quadruple city tile does not exist anymore. It has been drawn, it is over here. And whenever one side is a meeple down, if there's a big field fight, the side with the meeple majority like almost always wins. Unless the field is somehow very closed or one side is particularly smart about this, but when there's so many access points to the field, there's just only so much that you can do. I guess as Dremcat, you can still go here and drop a farmer, and then you can still hope that your opponent makes a mistake. Okay, check this out. I know a win path for the Colombian. One of the potential win paths. So let's say if we drop a farmer like right now, then we need to hope for a Dorito tile. And there's still 1 Dorito tile remaining. Now, the Dorito tile obviously has to go here because we want to get that farmer into the field. But if we draw the Dorito tile as red, this means that green doesn't draw the Dorito tile, and green needs to have the Dorito tile here. If green does not draw the Dorito tile, this means that we as red will still have these extra points in this mini battle. Actually 6 extra points. Look at these juicy shields. Does not attack the field just yet. Well, let's see. I'm not sure what I think about this. But anyway, and you also have these 5 points over here. So it's 11 points. It's 10 points more. And 10 points, it's typically more than one can score with one meeple. So I think a win path for Dremcad was to use that spot that Nalaheim just blocked. I think he really needed to go there, drop a farmer, then connect, and then hope that he gets the Dorito, but like on the last tile, so that green is not able to use that again. So this was the master plan. At least in a dire situation as red, like you have to get really creative. And I think even with 9 tiles to go, like that was it. I know that maybe Dremcad wants to keep a meeple in order to score some quick points, but I don't really see many places for quick points. Well, yeah, he meeples a road, but it's not going to be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because he needs a crossroads. Wait a second. Is Dremcad a genius? Is he trying to win without the field? Because I just realized that the field is not like that big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this city is shared, right? So 12 points for that guy. If Dremcad draws the Dorito tile, he gets to preserve these 6 points here and these 5 points here. So that's like 11. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 18. So wait, as it stands, Dremcad is ahead 5 points. So basically his plan, Dremcad's plan is to draw a Dorito tile and not put it here. This is fascinating. What an unusual win route selected by the Colombian player. And Nalaheim needs to get like 5 points with 1 meeple? But how does he do that? It's really not that easy because... Well, I guess I know how. Yeah, you know what? I think the plan that I was suggesting was better because in order to win, Dremcad needs the crossroads and the Dorito. He's ahead, like he doesn't need to add any points to himself, but he needs green not to draw these tiles. Because if green draws a crossroads, green scores here. But it is red who draws a crossroads. This is crazy. We might see that comeback. This is ridiculous. This is insane. So this guy's +6. He's now +2. It's gonna come down to the Dorito, guys. He gets the Dorito. He's +2 points ahead. I think he wins. This is what are you doing? Why? Oh my! I can't. Why would you lose the game on purpose? It is so painful. It is so painful to watch. I'm not being crazy, right? This was a -4 point move for red. Unbelievable. Again, 2 red farmers, 3 green farmers. All he needed to do was just anything else but that. And he would have won. Any other move. Literally any other move. Are you seeing this? Because this farmer was scoring 3 points, and now it scored 0 points, and it's also added 1 point to Green's monastery, on purpose. Why would you do this to yourself? And as a result, Nalaheim wins by 3 points, and 4 of these points were donated to Nalaheim by Dremcad. So the Colombian player went for a spectacular winning route, got all the tiles, and made the one move, the one and only move that loses him the game. This is heartbreaking. I am so speechless. But it was such a subtle route. I mean, I'm not sure if Sergio knows. I don't think he knows. He's typing something. Yes. Oh, he now realizes he's typing it in the chat. And again, his plan was so spectacular. Like, to go for a fieldless win is so counterintuitive. Yes, exactly. Narahem is saying it was -4 points, and you literally do anything else. You know, like, one thing is making a mistake, is like not seeing a winning move, but to realize that literally any move was better is crazy. Okay, this even beats what happened with the field in the first game. But this just goes to show you that he says he got distracted, but it makes sense because these players have been playing for 2 days. Yesterday's qualifying tournaments was like, they were 6-hour qualifying tournaments. This is like really 5 to 6 hours qualifying tournaments. Some of these players played in both of them, so that's 20 games of Carcassonne in 1 day. Well, at least that's what one of the players did. I think Josef Tichon set the records. He came super close to qualify to the playoffs, and he had to. So he basically won both qualifying tournaments or got the necessary number of points, and then in the pre-playoffs lost a duel against one of the players who qualified. So basically my point is, yesterday some people played up to 20 games, and it makes sense that people's brain is also fried. So the way the Mind Sports Olympiad works, it's not just a Carcassonne contest, it's a Mind Sports contest. It also means endurance, and here the Finnish player had more endurance and managed to win this with 3 points. And we have a final, exactly the final which I was hoping for. Nalehheim versus Krishna. I think two objectively strongest players are in the final. This is gonna be such a feast for the eyes. I can't even. 876 rating. Yes, I know this is very heartbreaking, Susanna, indeed, but that's part of Carcassonne. Now, time to process and move on after all that grief. Well, if it makes Sergio feel any better, we are all thoroughly entertained because of mistakes like this. Oh yes, Craft Giraffe, thanks for confirming. So, a reminder that Craft here reached top 4. Which means that you did all the marathon, and there will indeed be more mistakes in the finals. Crafty saying, yes, this is why we should forbid people to play with green meeples, because it's kind of easy to forget that there were more farmers. Yes, the green farmer advantage strikes again. Whew. Okay, I'm going to see in a second when they're planning to take the finals. The tournament players, the tournament organizer is now typing an update in Discord. Exactly, Sergio is saying too many games are taking its toll. But I mean, think of what this is doing to my voice. I need to get water ASAP. Oh man, my camera broke at the wrong time, guys. Alrighty, I'm gonna let the score sink in. And I'm gonna now slowly start updating it. So, finals. We're gonna have Krishna versus Nalehheim. And Lawyer versus Dremkand is the bronze medal match. Let's just add the word grand, whatever. I think there's an inflation of like how people describe things, because it's not enough to say final, you have to say grand final. I am going to get myself some hot liquid regardless. And then we are going to watch probably the match that I personally for myself could be like the most anticipated duel ever. Well, anyway, meeple the like button if you liked what you saw. It helps with the algorithm, it really does. Whew. $10,000 games played and 876. So chances to get to not 900, but I think 890, something like this. Yes, Nicholas is saying correctly, if Otto needs 2 versus 0, he will be close on his way to 900. Yes, this is completely true. He just needs to win a couple of casual games, and he will... I mean, that would be a deserved 900. 876 versus 774 in the finals, also like a ridiculous matchup. Okay. Break. Water. Okay, has it started? It has started. Oh. Okay, this is it. This is the actual finals. I'm so giddy about this. Well, both players are playing exceptionally fast. Nalaheim with 10 points on the scoreboard. Early Farmer. Krishna's doing not that well. Has 2 open cities. Doesn't get any extra points. Just, of course, equalizes a road, which was important to do. This is also a classic Krishna situation. Look at this. Open city, open city, open city. Each one of them with a different purpose. He, like no other player, he just doesn't like finishing cities. So road monastery for Krishna. I presume he's going to use it as a monastery. He's not going to shy away from using his last meeple. That's just what he does. Exactly. This move has downsides though. I mean, you still, I think, have to do that. But here are some downsides. Now, red is in a difficult situation that he needs the same tiles in this place, and in this place, really. And another problem is that Nalaheim is now trying to block his monastery. And this means that Krishna's not able to use this tile for point scoring, that he's going to be forced to use it for defense. And not only will he be forced to use it for defense, he will need to defend it towards the city cap tile, which means that he will need to spend a regular city cap on just finishing his monastery, which of course is not efficient use of a tile. On the other hand, monastery cluster, powerful tool, so you do what you gotta do. I think he was debating whether to meeple this road and thought better of it, because such loop roads can be easily disrupted. Oh, what a strong move by Nalaheim. The Ukrainian technique against these 2 monasteries is just paralyzes their developments, because there's just no good tile that you can put here as the play with the red meeples. There just isn't. Okay, if you put a Dorito with a road, you can score the 4-point road, but then suddenly your opponent gets another Dorito and then finishes his city. And if you put a city cap, well, your opponent then finishes the city with a city cap. So there isn't just anything that red can put here productively, which means that red will be with 2 meeples trapped versus 1 meeple trapped. Okay, so this is interesting. Is that the first mistake by Nalaheim? I'm not sure. Oh, this move is double-edged. So, one thing, it makes sure that there is only 1 tile that fits into this square. And if that tile fits here, then these 2 meeples are going to see the light of day, and this city could be completed. But the problem of that move is that this severely restricts this square, and it could be so that this guy remains with 3 points. If only Krishna manages to go here and like block this square at some point, which I think he will. Like, for example, I don't think he cares about finishing his city. Like, I don't know what Krishna does, but there's no way he finishing... Wow. Well, the Latvian player is not being himself. And actually, I would have gone here. Like, honestly, no, I think this move was actually better. Like, he should be himself. Yeah. Maybe that was it. The reason why I would have loved for the Latvian player to have gone here is to put the pressure on the monastery and on this square at the same time. And there's some scenarios, because like if we manage to block this square well enough, then we're perfectly happy with having our 2 monasteries trapped against this city, because the city is simply not worth enough points to justify the meeple. But the Latvian player chooses security instead. Recognizes that he needs meeples for other stuff. Still, in this position, I probably prefer green. With the developed monastery, with the farmer, with the Ukrainian technique. On the other hand, red is doing okay because of the city threat. It's pretty nasty. If he gets one of the 2 remaining triple city tiles, he can go here. This is going to be already 7 points. And then Dorito, road. And what a fantastically strong move by the Latvian player. Did you see that? He starts a new city. He abuses this monastery spot. And he really boxes in this farmer. So for example, if you're Krista now, maybe you go here, try to put something here, and then if as red you draw this tile that fits into this square, we just leave this alone, we go here, and then as red we have 2 monasteries worth 15 points versus a city worth 5 and a farmer worth 6, so versus 11. So we actually have 15 points versus 11, which is plus 4. This is exactly what he's going for. That's why he wants to really limit this as far as possible, but Nalheim, of course, doesn't like that. He will try and maybe go here, start a new road, or just leave it alone. Ooh, this is better. Look at this. He's pre-building a 4-point road next to his monastery, and it is green who has the incentive to put this tile, a crossroads here. What a strong move. This is just amazing. And at the same time, he creates vulnerabilities against this square and this square. And now kind of Kristen needs to decide. I mean, he either can continue this city and really just bank his game on finishing the city, or he can do this instead and chooses to meeple the city. Interestingly, this is double-edged, because sometimes this can get a little bit dicey. So imagine if Nalheim drew a regular crossroads, then he could go over here and put some pressure. And actually now, what Nalheim can do, I'm not sure what he is going to do, but he could like go here maybe and put some pressure on this city. Or will he just score 4 easy points? Yeah, he does. And take the risk of red completing an easy city. Well, red didn't draw the tile, so the risk did justify itself. Now he gets a city cap, of course, to add extra monastery points. Now 16 monastery points available at red's disposal. Oh, this is a dangerous situation. Nalheim's trying to block Krishna's city, and Krishna does not draw a defense tile. He does draw a good tile overall, good for starting new cities, in a particular place I'm thinking about. But let's see exactly what he does. Wow, this is weird. I wonder why he didn't start 1 tile to the left, but he must know something that I don't. Okay, I think I get it. But now there's another problem after this move, which is so painful against the player with the red meeples. It's very hard to defend because, first of all, there are only 3 tiles that fit into this square. One of those you need over here. And I guess as Krishna, you could go here and like defend. But then you're going to need the same tile in 2 places, which is only a 25% chance of drawing. So the Latvian player's position is pretty difficult now. Instead, he just chooses to attack. Well, not really to attack, but create an attacking platform against this guy. And a huge tile for Nalaheim. Just gigantic tile. Because not only it creates a loop, but it opens up this farm. Which is why maybe, as red, we should have gone here. We should have broken that opportunity. It's important to keep the guy's farm small, especially in a position like this. Krish gets 3 points. And protect his city. So now there is... So now he doesn't need the same tile here and here. Here he needs the triple city tile with a road. Still only one of those, but he can draw them. I hope he does. I hope he draws the house. But the problem with these types of situation is that these tiles, even if red draws them, they're not like super high impact. Because this city is not going to get completed. Okay, if he gets a tile that like fits here, he's going to get, I don't know, 2 points for the roads and 5 points for the city and 8 points for the 6 points for the city. So that's like an 8-point move. I mean, definitely not nothing, but might be not a deal breaker for the game. The Finnish player tries harassing Latvian cities. It's an uncomfortable move because the instinctive approach is, of course, to go over here, but then you're kind of facing yourself into two positions which might prove unpleasant. I'd still do it because, like, we need points, baby. Why did I have to say baby? I'm so sorry. We need points. Okay. Thank you for correcting my tile counting again. This is the reason I'm not playing in the finals. Oh, this is worse. I mean, okay. I have a defense. By the way, Krishna found an amazingly strong move. Facing this tile to a different direction. I still prefer the other one. You know why? Because if Nalaheim places something over here, then he'll be attacking two vulnerable squares with one move. And this is not a desirable configuration. So now he's attacking two vulnerable squares. Something's about to get blocked, I have a feeling. But not yet. Nalaheim pre-finishes his city. And this is huge, because we're basically flipping the entire game for this tile. If Krishna doesn't draw this, if Otto draws this, then he's going to go over here, score 5 points for the road, score a boat loan for the city, and expand his farm to add this, and this castle. It's just huge. And I think he recognizes that. It's not that he's really banking his entire game on this tile. It's just, I think at this point, he has at least a 50% chance of winning based on that tile alone. He has other possible sources of victory, such as, I don't know, blocking this city, or drawing this tile so that red doesn't draw it. So it's very, very hard to be red in this position, despite the fact that both players have one meeple and red is ahead on the scoreboard by 1 point. This is an amazingly strong move by Krish. It curtails the development of this field and harasses this road. A monastery tile for Nalaheim. Certainly an appealing spot over here, but if he does this, it will, the monasteries are not going to see the lights of day. And Krish drew the spectacular tile, so this square will not be completed. This was the last tile that fit over here. Krish now 2 meeples ahead, 9 points ahead on the scoreboard, and he managed to finish an all-important city. And this city is still live, and this city is still live. And there are all kinds of positive things that can happen. Nalaheim meeples the monastery with the last meeple. He does not draw a tile that can give him a meeple back. This also means that Krishna will have a chance to block these monasteries. This was a huge, huge coin flip for the Latvian. Now, we will see some sort of blocking move, but how exactly will the player with the red meeples do it? Does he go over here? Try and make it harder to finish the monasteries? Or does he go over here at the bottom? Try and make it harder to finish the road? Or does he go over here? Try to make it harder to finish the city? And I think the city move is the most pernicious. Because if he gets like a crossroads tile plus another road tile, given the fact that all 3 daggers are now out on the board, let's just double check. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that one. This means that with just a 2-move sequence, he will be able to eliminate these 2 meeples completely, and this will surely turn the game around. Just because of that tile, I think I like red slightly better in this position, ever so slight, and he does exactly that. And Naleheim now facing a very difficult decision, because he either needs to get a meeple back in order to get some meeple back, or he needs to defend this spot with really no guarantee that he's gonna get out alive. If he doesn't defend, these 2 meeples are gone with 1 road tile. But how exactly do you prioritize here as the Finn? He chooses to get a meeple back, at least to get some meeples, and I agree, because Krishna gets the road tile, so these 2 meeples are gone. There's no doubt where this road is going to go. Unless, we've seen all kinds of hallucinations, so I shouldn't speak ahead of myself, and these meeples are gone. However, the meeple count is still sort of equalish, because Naleheim can still get a monastery here, which would be huge, actually, which would still put red in a commanding, which would still put green in a good position to win this. Meeples will matter a lot. There's a huge fundamental difference between playing with 1 meeple or 2 meeples, and if he just finds anything that goes over here, 9 points on the scoreboard, and he's really doing just fine. Okay, so Naleheim accomplished an important objective. He manages to block this city. So if red manages to eat up these 2 meeples, which actually don't even seem like such a big priority, then at the very least, nothing comes into this square. So the city will not be completed. However, red has the ruins. Red has the point lead on the scoreboard. Red has the same 2 monasteries as green, and red still has the ability to draw an 8-point tile that fits into this square. Now, what does red do with the splitter tile? We've seen before that Krishna's very keen on starting cities with city caps, even in those situations where other players wouldn't do that. Something like this, or like this, but there does not seem to be a particularly good spot in order to do that. He might drop a farmer somewhere, and I have a particular spot in mind, and I'm going to tell you afterwards. Well, there's several spots where you can use a divider to drop a farmer. But if you do drop a farmer, this means that you're going to play the rest of the game with 1 meeple. So it's a big, big strategic decision, a committal move. If it sounds like I'm chewing while I'm talking, it's because I am. I need energy and hydration. Nice. Krish played the exact move I was hoping for. This is what I would have done. Drops a farmer, 3 points, lots of green squares, potential ways to build city caps. And it takes away many monastery finishing tiles from Naleheim. A curve was brutally taken away, so Naleheim's now not able to use it over here, and he's now forced to defend. But he now defends it in a way so that only one tile fits into the square, because 1, 2, 3, 4. All the 4 vanillas have gone out. So it could be a long wait. And even when that wait concludes, from these 4 points that Nalaheim's going to score for the city, red is getting compensation from the farm. But moreover, red just drew his 8 points tile, and this is absolutely huge. 30 versus 23 on the scoreboard. Only one tile here that frees red's meeple. Green's now desperately trying to scrape 4 points, so with this move, he gives himself 1 extra square where he could build cities. He really wants to start building cities here. He wants to draw some sort of this splitter tile in places like this. In the meantime, as Krishna got his ruin up and alive, this tile has completely unleashed this city-dwelling meeple, and it just keeps adding points and points and points. And boy, is this hard for the Finnish player, but let's see what his comeback route is. Is he going to just YOLO it and meeple a 5-point road? No, he decides no. He needs to keep the meeple just in case. Look, another spatial move, trying to control red's field, trying to limit the number of squares that red has for building new cities, and also hopes to attack the city cap in the future. With this straight line, Krishna cannot defend, but will he instead do something else? Will he choose to merge these 2 farms? But of course, he chooses the move that I think is the strongest, the one which really makes it hard for Green to build new cities. In order to build new cities, essentially what Green needs is the 1 remaining dagger tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still 1 of those remaining, and then Green will be able to just drop 1 here or here, and then hope for another city cap. But that's a tall order. Oh, nice, Afonso, that you called Krishna's move. I think it's a very difficult move to find. I mean, like, it is a find once you think about it. It looks strong, but it also has downsides, which is why it is harder to accept. Look at this, so interesting. So Nalaheim pre-builds a city, hoping to complete it with 2 Doritos once it gets done, but Krishna gets a huge tile, which probably going to give him 4 points for the city, 3 points for the field, and put another unobstructed city cap in his field. Nalaheim gets a crossroads tile, but it is not clear exactly how he's going to use it. By the way, the idea of YOLOing a road would have totally worked. Doesn't mean that it's correct, but it would have worked. Or simply, I don't know, going here and just gambling, like leaving this road alone, a 6-point road. Well, at the very least, what he can do is maybe score some quick points somewhere. But it's going to be a big debate whether he even wants to clean off the city cap or whether he wants to score 3 points here. Maybe he has some different ideas. For example, I can see that there's 1 starting tile remaining. Nope, there isn't. I've made this mistake before. I'm not going to make this mistake again. Thank you for confirming the point difference, Craft Giraffe. It certainly looks very difficult for Nalaheim. Certainly looks like the 876 rating is not going to increase in all likelihood, but it's too early to tell. He chooses to take 3 points. Now down 15, I presume. But I think that's it. This tile is the deal breaker. Krishna draws the city cap that would fit into the square, which means that Nalaheim is not getting this meeple back, and Krishna will probably take 7 points here, 4 for the city, 3 for the field. Will put himself up to like plus 22, and Nalaheim still has a route to victory, I think. Quick points is one of them. Then he could maybe grab a couple Doritos. Well, not now, but he could grab a couple Doritos and finish this city. And then maybe he could merge these farms and take away this farm. But the problem is that these farms combined are so far worth only 15 points because they have 5 cities on them. And even if they were to somehow unify from here, then when Nallenheim drops something here and takes over the entire farm, which will obviously take a lot of time as well, so there's that aspect. Then it will also cost green a meeple. And with his spare meeple, red will be able to use it elsewhere. And look at this. Yeah, he knows what Krishna does is he just simply breaking up point scoring opportunities. So he just didn't even bother adding 1 point to his city because he just simply wanted to prevent the idea where Nallenheim gets one Dorito and then another Dorito and then finishes this 10-point city. Certainly textbook holding the lead here. 7 tiles remaining. Well, not the easiest tile to use for Nallenheim. He chooses to just attack the city, but it appears to be throwing in the towel. I mean, he will be sharing the city eventually, because he's getting one of those Doritos, but he just simply doesn't have enough meeples. As a result of this coin flip and this blocking sequence. And this block, this is what made Green's position so difficult. This is the last curve, by the way, no curves remaining. If Krishna wants entertainment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there's one straight line remaining, so he could like go here, or just go here and leave that alone. Yeah, this is probably what I would do, with the idea that if this guy connects to the city, we'll be able to snatch a 5-point road. This is exactly what he does. I knew it, I knew it. And look at how close this field is, just a masterful closing of the field. Wait, this makes me think that maybe Nallenheim made a mistake earlier with the orientation of this tile. Had this tile been pointed outwards, maybe there would have been more green squares on the field and a better opportunity to build them up. This is a brilliant move by Nallenheim, defending this connection, knowing that there are 2 Dorito tiles remaining. Because had he not done that, Krishna would have gone over here and made sure that a triple city tile is required there, but a triple city tile simply does not exist. I believe that at this stage of the game, there are no city caps remaining. So a move like this would be useless. Krishna is still pre-building nice features for himself. Nallenheim could take a point, but I think what he's going to do instead, I can say this now, because I know. He's going to go here and prevent this guy. Actually, no, he's not going to do that. Because I think that there is only 1 city tile remaining in general. Yeah, there's literally only 1 city tile remaining. And this is this Dorito with the road. My initial suggestion was that maybe green would go over here, trying to block access to this ruin from red. But the truth is that it is not necessary. If I got my tile counting right, which is a big if. No, I got it right. Because there's still 2 monasteries remaining. A straight line. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I got the tile counting. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so monastery, straight line, another monastery, and a Dorito with a road that fits over here. These are the remaining tiles. Which means that it does not matter exactly what Nalaheim does. If I were Nalaheim, actually, you know what I would do? Just to be precise and practice precision. I would go here simply to block a 7-point monastery spot. Like, that would be the strongest move. Exactly. He knows his stuff. He knows his stuff. Certainly respect for playing precise until the end. Although it's a matter of... maybe I'm not sure if it's even correct. Maybe you should like let your brain rest. Well, and look at this. Another instructive move. He placed the monastery into the highest scoring spot to take that spot away from Krishna. I mean, it's really, really beautiful. And he's going to get the tile that connects here. Krishna's going to... Well, again, Krishna's going to have a 5-point spot monastery here, so it's not going to matter that much. Now comes the field connection. So an absolutely beautiful endgame from the Finnish player, but it's not going to be enough. That coin flip and that amazing blocking sequence over here by Krishna is what is going to give a Latvian the lead and put him in a position where he's 1 game away from winning the Mind Sports Olympiad and a ticket to the World Championship in Herne, Germany on the 5th of October of 2024. Okay, I hope they have a break. I really need some water. Seven. Look, he just lost 13 rating points and he's still tied for the highest rate, like for the second highest rating ever. This is amazing. And Krishna's close to crossing the 800 level threshold himself. He did that many times. Great performance from both players. Okay, they are analyzing. We have to do... Yes, Krishna's saying that dagger was crucial. He's completely right. And now I'm saying that and my greed of points for the Road Monastery. No, I think he had to use the Road Monastery. I'm with Nalaheim on this one. No. I think Nalaheim was correct. Yes, 2-minute break. Thank you so much. It's going to be 2-minute break for us as well. And in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with the chat so that you can... Yes, exactly. KK Spam is saying that Latvia can technically get 3 participants in Essen this year. Well, I think it's going to be still 2 because I'm probably going to play in the Latvian Championship instead of the UK Championship this year, just because simply the date works out better practically. So if, and it's a big if, I get to participate in the World Championship again this year. Oh, we could also, no. We could also win the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. Yeah, so maybe we could have 3 participants. Okay, we're going to have extra motivation. So, like, they are on a break. And I'm going to get my special guest in 1 minute. Okay. I am back, and so are the players. In a few seconds, I'm gonna be back with my special guest. I just need to check how the bronze medal match is doing. How is the bronze medal match doing? Lawyer won the first game. And the second game will be underway soon. So Lawyer and Krishna are the winners so far. Alrighty, I will be with my special guest in just a second. Maybe try guess who it is. Let's actually see if the game has started yet. Yes, it has. Ooh, 3 minutes ago. Hopefully we didn't miss too much. Well, we did miss the opening, but that's okay. We can live with that. So, what are we having here? Both players have 3 points on the scoreboard. Both players have a monastery. Krishna has, of course, 3 cities open, as he always does. And Nalheim has just 1 city open, and this beautiful road, which is going to be a 5-point road in the future. Well, Krishna presumably... Whoa! I'm surprised. I thought he would go for the points. Doesn't go for the equity move, instead goes for blocking. Now, a tricky decision for the Latvian player, whether to take 3 points here, or to take 3 points here, or to take 3 points here, but I'm sure he's going to be taking 3 points somewhere. Oh, wait. Ah. Wait. I actually just realized something. Never mind. Okay, we seem to be fine. Let's just get back to the game. We're trying to sort out some technical issues. So Krishna chooses to take 3 points in such a way that makes the completion of this monastery unlikely, because there's only 1 tile that fits into this square. The issue with that move is that it also makes the completion of the city unlikely, but I'm pretty sure that he's banking on one of the 2 splitter tiles, which would allow him to keep this meeple intact, and then this meeple would be blocked. Roughly equal position so far. I maybe slightly prefer green because of the well-developed monastery and the roads. Whoops. So Nalheim starting... Whoa, that is interesting. Nalheim starting a new city, and Krishna does get the splitter, but it's a very difficult choice, because like if you use the splitter now, do you meeple this? Because if your opponent defends, you're allowing your opponent like just a gigantic city. Do you want to gamble? Or do you actually just meeple this yourself? I would probably meeple this, but then again, I'm not Krishna. Wow, he does not. And maybe it could be justified because Nalheim does not draw a defense tile. And if Krishna successfully blocks the square, then his plan will be successful. Nalheim bails out, gets only 2 points. Krishna now gets a very important tile which would block the square, block this monastery, and also put pressure on this city cap. And now red has an actual advantage. Well, Nalheim has the advantage of the scoreboard. As he finished his 4-point city, has 1 point extra, has a beautiful road, but the long-term meeple advantage belongs to red, and red knows how. Well, let's see if red knows how to utilize this. Oh, wait, actually, I just want to check something. No, I'm going to be fine. Anyway, all I'm still trying to get my guest on board, whilst also keeping track of what's going on here. All right. Yes, Marian, you're live. I said your name, man. I was hoping to basically let my viewers guess who my special guest is by your voice, but it is what it is. We are live. Okay. With me is 2019 World Champion Marian Curcan, and we are trying to repeat the commentators duo we had last year. So the finals of the Mind Sports Olympiad brought to you by 2022 Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix champion Marian, and 2020 and 2021 winner myself. So just to give ourselves some credential, thanks for joining us, Marian. Do you see the game?
Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I couldn't I couldn't join earlier. But yeah, what? We had some days, huh?
Yes. I'm gonna talk. I want to talk about your Mind Sports Olympiad also in particular, and because obviously there's a reason why we're both here commentating and not playing. It's not like we didn't try. Luckily, we will have time to talk about everything because both players seems to be very deliberate in their actions. So now we see how Nalheim broke Krishna's city. Will be now very hard to complete. But Krishna has this straight line, which doesn't have many good uses. Could get a monastery point, which he does. Nalheim gets a city cap. Well, there's an obvious move of finishing. Getting 4 points, starting a new city. I mean, despite this one blocked meeple, it seems that green is holding up quite well, especially given that this now red city is broken. It's almost that I prefer green in this situation over red. How do you view this position, Marian? Like, which player do you think has the greater winning chances as things stand now?
Well, it's difficult to say right now because I mean they are equal, I think, on the map. So each one of them has one monastery. Yes, I think it's early to tell, but I think I slightly prefer green here.
Well, I also have to say that, especially after green scored 3 points for one road and 3 points for another road, completely equal in meeples, and his one meeple will bring him 8 points from the monastery until the end. So let's see where this brings us. As a Latvian, I'm obviously rooting for Krishna here, but as a commentator who wants content, I'm rooting for Nalheim because this means that we're going to have a decider match and more Carcassonne to watch. So more of that, I'm more or less neutral. We just got exciting news from Sergei Zaharenko that Lawyer is the one who won the bronze medal match against Sergio Antalinas. So congratulations that one of the Ukrainian players got into the top 3, and certainly commiserations to Sergio, but also great 4th place result between 200 players, and certainly we had a lot of entertainment from Sergio's games today. Like, Marian, you have no idea what you missed. You're gonna have to rewatch the stream afterwards. Um,
Actually, I did see the ending from the last game where I think no, was that I think I watched the semi-final between Nellerheim and Dremkad, it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though Dremkad blundered the last tile, or the second last tile, I think Nellerheim could have closed one seat on his field, scoring 3 more points. So yeah, the tiles were in his favor, I think. Yeah. But now look at this. So Nellerheim scored 9 points monastery, and Krishna has 9-point field at least. But yes.
Yeah. And look at this. So I mean, obviously, now this 9-point monastery was huge for Nallenheim because these are 9 points just completed for free. He doesn't even need to invest a meeple in this. But
Exactly.
Krishna's doing what he can because he now made an excellent spatial move, trying to not only start a new road, but not allow Nallenheim to finish the city and drop a farmer. So at the very least, he sort of has this control. Nallenheim now started a new monastery next to Red City, and Kristen now got a fantastic tile which has like 5 different uses. Option 1, take the city cup up top. Option 2, finish the monastery straight up Meeple the road. Option 3, finish a city up top, start a new one, put pressure on this square. Option 4, take 4 points on the right. Which one do you do here, Marian, and why?
I think I would finish the road and put a meeple on the city cap on my field, and put some pressure on the green knight, right? Because yes, I think it's more productive this way.
Yeah, one thing that I have a concern is that all the 3. Yeah, this is what I would do. I have to agree with Christmas here. I like this move because it's more points, and also there's a problem that all 3 extender tiles are still out, and so if we do this thing with trying to attack that city, then there are plenty of tiles which Nallenheim can use to extend his city and kind of tie our 2 cities together. Not that that would have been a big problem or anything, but I like Krishna's choice, also pre-building a road. I think the idea here that Krishna wants to draw a Dorito tile with a road, which still exists, place it over here, and then meeple the road. Which is why, interesting prioritization of Nallenheim. Actually, I rather like it that he chooses to finish the city which is less restricted, but the city which is not on Krishna's field, maybe with the intention of trying to use his scoreboard lead as an opportunity to start a counter field up top there. Maybe he doesn't even need to fight for the main field. Also, with that move up top, he made it so that the idea of red finishing this monastery and meepling the road is not that enticing, because this road here would have been kind of dangerous. So he now actually tries to prevent Krishna from finishing this monastery at all, and Krishna really can't do anything about this, but now he has an interesting choice. So, Marian, do we finish our road up top, or do we just take 4 points at the bottom, or do we do something else altogether?
Yeah, the problem with those 4 points is that they open up a field connection for green, right? So it's a trap, I think.
Yeah.
I think I would score 3 points up, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and let the field open. Perhaps it will extend a little bit. Perhaps he draws a curve and place it to the left, so that, I don't know, the field is expanding.
Well, he's certainly thinking a lot about this, but it's certainly an interesting spatial point that if we take 4 points over here... Oh, he chooses neither! he just cares about this monastery so much. I would have taken the 4 points, and I would have been not afraid of the field invasion, because I know that when I finish my city cap at the right, I'm going to drop a farmer anyway and reinvade the farm. But Krishna making an interesting choice, sacrificing 5 points essentially. 5 points.
Yeah.
Because he sacrificed 4 points, plus obviously took a -1 point move, just for the important idea of having his meeple back in the future. Nalahheim gets a devastating tile, which really hurts Krishna's chances. Yeah, this hurts real bad, because it will be so hard for Red to finish his city. He has 2 broken ruins, and I don't know exactly how we deal with this. So do we finish our road now? But then this field becomes so vulnerable that there's no chance that we'll be able to hold it with a single meeple. Or do we take 3 points up top and try to be super efficient with our tiles? Or do we place the monastery over here, trying to pre-build this 5-point road and then draw the Dorito? So Red chooses the first approach, basically being okay with the vulnerability of the field. This could cost him dearly, but maybe his idea, once he got his second meeple back, is to lure Green into a field battle and hope to sneak in a second farmer into the field somehow, and then not allow Green to equalize. What do you think about Red's field prospects and the move that Krishna just played?
Yeah, I think Green doesn't really need a field, So looking at on the scoreboard and at his 8-point monastery, I think that and of course meeple advantage, I think he doesn't need to fight for the field. He could fake it though. He could fake an interest on that field, so that Krishna will invest 1 more meeple to defend it. But yes, I don't think I would not fight for the field if I were Green.
Yeah, but if you are going to fight for the field, you kind of need to make that decision quickly, because there's this beautiful spot up top, and he chooses not to do that. He instead wants to just add a monastery point.
Yes.
Krishna has a bunch of options. I think he could just continue his city or continue his other city. I don't think he's going to make another field move. That would be a bit weird. Or he could actually go here and pre-finish the city here, and then maybe try to control this field with 2 farmers. I somehow feel that 2 farmers are not going to be enough eventually. That because Nalahheim has 10 points on the scoreboard and this monastery here, that's already 18. He will also have an opportunity to score quick points, maybe get a counter field here and so on. So it is quite tough. Maybe an idea that I see for Red is trying to score a big field, including these 2 cities at the top. So imagine something goes here and here. Here we have a curve, drop a farmer, get another curve, score points, and then everything becomes a gigantic field with lots of access points. But then basically we just try to throw in as many meeples as we can. But he does not go for that approach. He just calmly adds 1 point. Nalahheim gets a tube-shaped extender tile, so the same one as he's had last time. Let's see if he places it in the same spot again, or finally goes for the fields. But while he's thinking, so what do you think the long-term plan for Krishna should be to come back from this 10-point deficit on the scoreboard?
Yeah, I think he should fight to get some meeples back, to have some options for the end game. So definitely he made it clear that he wanted to free that monastery meeple, and also I think he must put some pressure and try to close the rightmost city. But yeah, for the moment, so I think these are his solutions.
I certainly like the idea of putting pressure on the right point city, because there are still tiles that left there, and it's on. It is on. Okay, so Nalaheim decides either to attack field properly or fake it, but I wouldn't be worried about it as Marian. I think as Krishna, honestly, I just go here, finish the monastery, drop a 6-point farmer, and then hope to get these back-to-back curves and then try to kind of connect like this. Because for most tiles that green can use for a field connection, if that's something like a curve, then we will always have an opportunity to attack the field again. So will he drop a farmer? I would, but let's see if he does.
But what about on the other field farmer? So in order to connect with the triangle and with the city cap.
But I do like me playing it in places where there's a point. Because we can always connect, because there are already points, and we can always make this loop at the top. But I think that not meepling anything there is just a mistake.
Yeah, maybe he wants to wait a little bit.
Because we know what's Nalaheim going to do, right? Nalaheim what's going to do the exact thing that you suggested, Marian.
Yes, yeah. He will meeple the field and closing the city, I think.
Like this just could be it. This could be the deal breaker. And I don't know. It just seemed like with 3 meeples not to make a field move. It just seems weird.
Yeah.
Do you think he's considering a quiet move, something like attacking Red's move, a red city at the right, or going YOLO? No, he doesn't do it. He wants to keep the field small.
Yes. I think that place, so connecting with this tile, will attract Krishna to attack it right next to it. Or maybe he created a platform for himself, who knows?
By the way, your idea would have totally worked, like a charm. Yes. He would have connected here, he would have started a new city, just listen to Marian. Or, I mean, on the other hand, they're the ones in the finals, and they have been playing exceptionally well. It's just like, in the end games in particular, Otto's showing was just something else.
Yes, they were so hard to be here.
Yes. So what does Otto do? I mean, it's just such a complex position, because it seems like a tile to start a new city somewhere, but you can start it here, for example, and just really blow the position wide open. Or you can start it here and then maybe finish a city, drop a farmer, connect like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, still many curves remaining. You could YOLO it and go over here and drop a farmer straight away. This wouldn't be quite wise, leaving a city up for grabs. And wow, that's an amazing move.
Yeah, it's an option for stealing the city.
Yes. And I think his plan is to do just whatever comes first.
Well, yes, I mean, he doesn't need to. There's only the 2 tiles right there. So, yeah, I think he draws a city cap, he will close it, definitely.
Yes, of course. He's just gonna wait for whatever he draws it.
Because
if he draws, this is excellent. So he has 2 tiles that fit here. So this is 8 points, very nice. But he also has, if he draws a triple city, then he places it over here. And then he will have 1 Dorito tile to try and steal this. So I think really how Nalaheim is playing, I kind of understand his essence. He just gives himself different scenarios how he can win the game, and then one of these scenarios eventually happens because one of them has to happen. So there is a sequence of tiles which is like absolutely deadly, and Krishna cannot do anything about it. There are not many. The probability is not that great of the best possible outcome happening, because it would require him to draw 2 unique tiles. Again, but 25% though. And also he would need to draw them before he draws a city cap, because of course if he draws a city cap he needs to bail out. So the best case scenario is unlikely, but it's still there. Worst case scenario, he doesn't draw anything and he's trapped with 3 points. And at the very least, what these 3 points ensure, they ensure that Krishna cannot use the same thing that he could have used. Yeah, there we
Yeah, I
go.
was
This
thinking
is
about this, yeah.
yes, beautiful farmer. Ah, this is just pure beauty. Krishna drops a farmer. Nalaheim scores 4 points, but also gives Krishna a boatload of other opportunities there. A lot of other points. Dum dum dum. Oh, this is so entertaining. Is he gonna go for it? Of course he's gonna go for it. He is gonna go for it. The triple city tile goes over here, and then he's gonna try to take over. I cannot imagine him doing anything else. And there's nothing that Krishna can do. This is crazy. And I think the most important part is not just the threat of completing this huge city, which is going to be an absolute deal breaker. It's the fact that this little farmer is now isolated from the main field. Nalaheim has the meeple majority and the platform to equalize this 9-point farm. And Krishna really is not going to have that much of an edge. Maybe if he draws the Dorito, he gets to threaten the completion of this city and gets to complete the monastery. I think this is how he wins the game. But the difference in the positions of the players is such. If Krishna draws the Dorito, then he maybe wins the game. If Nalaheim draws the Dorito, then he definitely wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
Silent blocking move from Krishna. Nalaheim draws a city cap. Well, too late to bail out. We're all in this.
Yes, the last one, I think, right?
Yeah, presume we might see some sort of field move, or we might see a new city started, depending on the mood of the Finnish player. Any suggestions from you, Marian?
Yeah, there are plenty of curves left, so why not try to invade the field? And
You mean
leave
the main
us-
field?
Yes,
Mm.
and leave the... Well, it's actually dangerous.
Yeah, I know what you're
Krishna
saying.
close the city, and then he will bring the second farmer to the main field, and
Exactly.
it will be useless. Yeah.
Well, actually, let's say we go here, drop a farmer. Krishna gets a city cap, gets 8 points on the scoreboard. We connect, I connect. And then there's this platform, and using our last meeple, we drop another farmer, but he chose not to do that. I have to agree with him. I think as Krishna, there's not that much you can do. I guess you can start a new city here up top, but there are not that many city caps remaining.
I think
Or he
only
might just leave that city alone and continue his city on the right, at the same time setting up a connection platform. Check this out. We go over here, add 2 city points and add the monastery point. Then we draw a Dorito with a row tile, go over here, drop a farmer, and then we draw one of the many curves remaining. Go here, connect to the field, and then we get our monastery meeple back. I think this is exactly the plan that Krishna is going for. Nalaheim gets a straight line, does not really get that much to work with. Let's see where he uses it. He could go for a 5-point road. I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think it's worth his last meeple.
it's too early. Yeah.
He could go here and create some vulnerability next to Red City in case Red has the audacity to try and finish it. He finds an even better move. He tries to block, and Krishna has the tile. So he has a choice. He can either make the move I suggested, which I really hope he does. I think it is the strongest. Or he can go over here and try to complete the city instead. Let's see which thing he chooses to do. If you ask me, I really like the field invasion the best, and it still leaves us the option of trying to finish this city later. Well, priorities. What would you do here, Marian? Continue his city and just keep the threat of finishing it, or do the thing where you drop a farmer and draw one of the 5 curves to connect?
Both of them. So I would drop a farmer, and keep the city alive, because there are still two triangles with road left and one dagger, right, to close it. Exactly.
Yep.
So yeah, if he
Yeah,
gets
he
really
does the thing.
lucky, he will finish the city and close the monastery, invading the field, and I think it's his honest chance, right?
I think so. Well, Nalaheim gets a curvy tile. I put up the critical tile graphic because it seems important. It seems actually critical. I'm even going to make full screen for this. Wait, where's my... Ah, there we go, there we go. Nalaham is thinking. Do you think there's anything worth doing other than simply connecting to the field, Marian?
Not really. I think the only connection to the field is the curve, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there are any more, tiles. Or maybe he's thinking of, attacking it.
Ah, but that's so interesting. I mean, why would you do that given that most of the remaining tiles are curves? So you should kind of assume that Krishna's going to draw it immediately. Oh,
Yes,
and
but
he's going
now,
to equalize.
yeah, exactly.
Oh
Yeah.
man, this is so smart. This is incredible. Now, of course, he's going to draw a farmer and equalize. This is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just how amazing is this player to find that prioritization and to go for the block. Like, I would have probably tried to just simply live with that and maybe re-attack the field later. What I would have done, I would have connected to this field over here. Ah, actually, and you know what? And maybe then later I would have tried to connect to the small 9-point field at the bottom. Because now that I think about this, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much which field to take over. Okay, this field is 4 cities, 12 points. This city is 3 cities, 9 points. So they're almost worth the same. Mm-hmm. And I would be inclined, as either of the players, especially the player with the green meeples, to go here and drop a farmer and connect through a curve like this. But yes, now of course he does the right thing that he needs to do. Krishna only now gets the curve, but he gets the meeple back, which is important, and he will able to use it later. Nalaheim gets a city tile. Not that much to do. I presume he could take 0 points for... Well, not 0, but 3 in the short term for this completed city. However, this would open up the field, and Krishna might drop a farmer and connect over here.
Or I think he could just place at the red city to prevent closing it. Mm-hmm. It's -1 point, but it's the safest move. So now,
he chooses.
Krishna draws everything he needs, he might be able to close the city.
But then he doesn't really have to, because if he draws everything he needs, this means that he draws the Dorito. Now it seems that the tides have turned. Because Krishna managed to add a couple of city points and complete a monastery and get a meeple back, he has now the scoreboard lead and the lead on the board as well. So if everything stays put, if Krishna gets the... Dorito tile, he wins no matter what. He will be the 2024 Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix champion in Carcassonne. But what he needs to think, is there a way how he can win if Nalaheim draws the Dorito tile later? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, he just chooses to try and finish. If I were Krishna, I would have played a different move. I would have gone over here and tried to take the 12-point field with the idea of having compensation if my opponent manages to finish the huge city, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22 points. Then at the very least, I would be getting a 15-point field as compensation, and this might as well be just enough. So I'm not a fan of this particular move by Krishna, but again, He could be knowing something that I don't. Otto has only 30 seconds remaining. Will he able to find the optimal moves? Will he try to bother the city, or will he instead add a monastery point? Or will this monastery point even matter? He says that yes, it will matter, but he did not.
Wow.
But he did not do anything about the city. So this means that Kristen now will go over here, absolutely drop a farmer, and he will even threaten to complete his city. This is incredible.
I think he will have 100%, right?
He will have 100% win.
Yeah.
That's it. He will have 100% win.
And one curve.
He just needs to find the one easy move to find, and that's it. He's going to win that.
Yes.
It does not matter even who draws this Dorito tile anymore, because there's another Dorito tile that fits over here, and there's also, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 curves. So the remaining tiles are 2 different Doritos and 2 curves. So if he places here, he's going to have a high impact move no matter what. He has 1.5 minutes to find it. Surely this is not hard to find. I mean, anything could be hard under pressure. We've seen loads of massive blunders from either players. I guess not that massive, and not from this particular player, but 1 minute still on the clock versus 18 seconds.
Yeah, I think Narheim had a time pressure. Otherwise, I know that he plays safe. Yes.
He did it.
This is
yes. This is happening. Field connection is happening. And even Chris draws the one and only Dorito for a huge city. And this is just something else. Nalheim draws the curve, which means that Krishna will not be able to connect into the field, but it does not matter.
Yeah, exactly. He will take the road.
And he gets both Doritos, takes a 6-point field, and this is it. Krish Couches is the 2024 Mind Sports Olympiad Grand Prix champion in Carcassonne, and he will be participating in the World Championship in Carcassonne in Herne, Germany this year. What a spectacular performance from the Latvian player.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Absolutely amazing. I'm so happy.
Yeah, I believe you. I rooted for Nellerheim, to be honest, but yeah, I think Krishna deserved the win. He found the only winning path in this game, I think.
Yes, I mean, he was very, very precise. And I think maybe it would have been more beautiful had Nalheim drawn the Dorito, but the point difference would have been roughly the same because Krishna would have had extra field points. Wow. Yeah, Nalheim is saying, looks like I'll have to try winning the Nationals if I want to get to the World. Well, I think he's going to do that anyway because he is such an incredible player. Like, there's nobody in Finland who's remotely close to his level. I mean, there's barely anybody in the world who's, like, close to his level, especially online. Yeah, just 2 absolutely incredible players, and this was the final I was hoping for, and the outcome I was hoping for, except I hoped it would have been not 2-0, but 2-1, so that we get to witness more Carcassonne, but I'll take it. Oh.
Yes. Wow, amazing way to finish a tournament.
This is one great day for Carcassonne. Thank you for being with me, Marian, to witness that.
Thank you for inviting me. And it was a very interesting game to watch.
Yeah, just an incredible level, Carcassonne. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. Well, I guess Krish can say thank you for the kind words of everybody in the chat. Craft Giraffe is pointing out that Krishna ends at 799 elo. Not that it really matters for him. I mean, he was over 800 several times and undoubtedly one of the strongest players in the world. And in great... Yeah, yes, he said that he didn't understand a couple of Nalheim's moves. And I think he is correct. There were a couple of moments, well, this one, for example, where surely he needed to block that city. Actually, yes, that was such a deal breaker to block that city.
Yes, but would it have been enough, though?
With the Dorito,
I mean, the score difference?
With the Dorito would have been enough, yeah.
Definitely, but so the score point, the difference is 25 points, right? And Krishna scored what? I think 15 more points or so with closing that city and mapling the farm. But yes, he also took the road, 6-point road.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Yeah, that's why Carcassonne is amazing.
Yes, but I love these like end game situations where sort of I need this tile, but you need this tile. But if I get your tile, you get my tile, and sort of whatever you reshuffle, then it just turns out that one side wins. The sort of, but this whole plan of building up the city at the bottom and setting up the fields connection platform with a Dorito that allows this, again, brilliant blocking attempt here by Nalaheim, equalizing the field. It just wasn't enough. Lovely idea for the Dorito, didn't quite work out, but even with the Dorito, yeah, both players are analyzing. Actually, I think we should just open. At the very end, everything was still possible depending on who gets the Dorito. I do think that there was a way for Krish to win regardless, except that this was obviously the most spectacular way to win. So, for example, let's say if Otto makes the right move and blocks it here, then with this tile, Krishna can go maybe over here and drop a farmer, with the idea that if Nalaheim gets one of the Doritos, well, the Dorito, then Krishna would be guaranteed to draw one of the curves, and then he would have, yeah, like extra field point as compensation, and that might be enough. I think, okay, actually, I'm going to say this again. I think the way that endgame works, it was so convoluted that if Nalaheim were to draw the Dorito tile as his last tile, he was to lose. But if he was to draw the Dorito tile as his penultimate tile, he was to win, provided that he finds this blocking move. It's just so enjoyable. Like, I'm bursting with positive emotion right now.
Yes, exactly. So seeing such a high level game, it's somehow rewarding, right?
And like, and it gets better. It's like higher than last year, higher than the previous year. It's just Carcassonne gets better and better. I can't wait to see how the 2025 Carcassonne scene is going to look like.
Yeah, so there are a lot of players training constantly. And to be honest, I took a break from Carcassonne for 2-3 months, and then I played yesterday, and I saw an amazing levels. I was, whoa, I have to relearn this game.
You also see, just like purely rating wise, so many new players above 700 consistently, like many more players reaching 800. It's certainly, I like that. The better games, the interesting they are. I'm gonna not stop the stream because they are having a very interesting discussion in the chat. Yeah, Krishna's being gracious here, saying that luck was on his side. I still think that there was an equal distribution. I mean, in the middle of the game, Green had a really good position after scoring this monastery, being ahead 4 meeples versus 2. But then the prioritization from Krishna, he made so many counterintuitive moves, like especially this move over here. Like, what was that? It's so weird. But then after the game, it makes so much sense that getting this meeple back from the monastery was of so much strategic significance that he was okay with sacrificing 5 points just to have that meeple and the firepower which could be later used in field fights. This farmer over here, and yeah, just many subtle moments.
Yes, so I don't think Nerheim needed to fight for the field. At some point, he had like 4-2 meeple majority, and yeah, the field was worth only 12 points, and he was ahead on the scoreboard too. So yeah, I don't know. I think I was tempted to score different points rather than to fight for the field.
Well, possibly so. I have to say, like, as amazing as both players are, I think like Kristen really deserved that second game. His prioritization was so on point. And as for you saying about Nalaheim's game plan, so trying to invade the field, I think at first it started like something similar from what you described. Basically, it was sort of trying to tease Red, thinking that he's gonna fight for the field, and then just forced Red to drop a second meeple. But maybe the exact tiles that he ended up using could have had a better use elsewhere. And certainly there was this interesting idea of just blowing the game open and going over here, dropping a farmer, connecting through the city cap.
Yes, or just placing the parallel splitter to the Crystal City in the rightmost place, to instead of the last triangle, just to make sure it will not be closed at some point. But yeah, it's easy to discuss various scenarios when you know the outcome, especially the tiles that were drawn.
Yeah, and I've noticed always, commentating is a bit easier than playing because there's no pressure, and also we didn't have to do this for 2 days. Like, well, I have to remind that this is also an endurance contest, and like the level that both players were able to keep after, I don't know, 12 hours or more in total. Like, yeah, I think after about 12 hours of play is just like completely incredible. Well, both players are saying that they need a small break. Yes, great games indeed. Just gonna see if there's anything in the chat. I just don't want to end the stream right now. I don't know what else to do. I don't know. Does anybody has like questions for Marian? Because it's only so often that I have Marian as a special guest. Although I have been limiting my special guests exclusively to the Romanian team. I have had Bogdan and Arpad the other day to comment the Carcassonne Champions League, so it's nice to have you for the full sets as well.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's just watch what they type in the chat.
How did you find the games yesterday? I saw that in the morning session, you missed your game, right?
Okay, that's embarrassing. I have to basically for me, like the Mind Sports Olympiad out of all online events is the one I'm most excited for every year. So I've been waiting that for a long time. On Friday morning, I played definitely, I think so far, my best match of the year in the Carcassonne Champions League against the player with the screen name Posse118, a Czech master. And I won that encounter. On Saturday morning, I played in the morning qualifier for the Mind Sports Olympiad, and then I drew out of 100 possible players the exact same player. We played against each other. Okay, I made a couple of mistakes, lost the game, fine. And then I went so I was already kind of on 0 out of 1. And then I went for a bathroom break. And when I came back, it turns out that round 2 had already started. And the system threw me out not only of the second game, but also of the entire tournament. So I had like one game, one loss, and the second game I didn't get a chance to play. So that was the most meaningless and anticlimactic way to bust out of the tournament possible. But it is what it is.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I lost first 2 games. I suppose my way was... That's even worse.
Oh yeah, right. So just to remind you to our viewers, the way these qualifiers worked is that there's 7 rounds, and you need to win at least 5.5 games So once you lose 2 games, you're out of contention. And basically starting with 2 losses must be extremely demoralizing, because then you play the entire tournament, well, just for the sake of playing, with like no chance of qualifying at all. Who did you lose against, Marian?
I lost to MTUU, which is a Polish player, and from someone, I don't know him, honestly. It was rated below 400 yellow. Or no, it was above 500. But anyway, I didn't know him. So yeah, that proved me that I have to play constantly, to not to forget some principles, or not to automatically play some tiles.
Yeah, I know. Like the game has developed a lot.
Yes, you wouldn't have said so, right? Because for an outside, let's say, non-board gamer guy, it looks like pretty simple, this game, right? Just placing some tiles and create a beautiful map. But the game evolves, and it's more difficult to win this. Well, not this, but every tournament, right, year by year, because there are a lot of guys improving, and yeah, it's getting difficult.
Yeah. Whew. Alrighty, on that positive note, I think we're going to start to wrap up. I'm just going to do a couple of announcements. One is the Carcassonne Champions League draw for the quarterfinals is happening tomorrow morning or evening, I don't know, but it's happening on Carcassonne Ukraine channel. And I suggest that you watch that, because the Carcassonne Champions League is an exciting tournament, except it's not concentrated in 2 days like the Mind Sports Olympiad. It lasts months, with 1 game per player per week. There's still the quarterfinals, finals, semifinals, and finals remaining. I'm still in contention. I'm one of the quarterfinalists, so that's why I like this tournament. But also because I need to remind you that I am giving away a prize to my viewers. I'm giving away a copy of a board game called Carvey to whoever of you managed to predict the winner or the first 4 places of this championship. So until Monday evening, you have time to comment on any of my videos with the list of players that you think are going to occupy the first 4 spots. I'm actually, let's see. Here, by the way, we're going to see the full update for the Mind Sports Olympiad. It's being a bit slow right now. Anyway, let's do this first.
Oh,
so here you can see.
Yeah, you can actually announce the winner, right? Or it was not for the MSO, it was for the Champions League. Sorry.
It wasn't for the MSO, actually. I didn't think to do that for MSO, but MSO is sort of one of a one-day thing. So yeah, you can see that.
Oh yeah.
So the 8 players remaining: someone you know, Estroncio, Mate 11, Mujacello 71st, Viv, and then Self-Evident and yours truly. So these are the 8 players in contention, and you just need to predict who is actually going to win this thing. The pairings for the quarterfinals we will find out tomorrow, as the draw will happen on Carcassonne Ukraine's YouTube channel. For those of you who are not following, I'm streaming lots of matches from that tournament as well. Has quite exciting high-level action. So yeah, this is about the only thing that I wanted to add. And then this is going to be it. Nicholas Victor is reminding you, Marian, against whom you lost your second round.
Yes, I remember. But I haven't met this screen name before. Actually, yeah, maybe because I didn't play lately, but yeah, he's an expert. So
yeah. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, congrats, Chris. for the win, for the gold medal. And congrats also Otto for the silver medal. It's something, even it's the taste, it's bittersweet. It's, yeah, a medal is a medal. So it was very difficult tournament.
And I'm sure, I mean, he has an exceptionally high chance of qualifying from Finland because at least for the next couple of years, I don't think there's going to be anybody in Finland to match his strength. And I think myself and also the other Latvian viewers are super happy about this outcome because this means that we won't have to compete with Krish at the Latvian championships and maybe somebody else. Krish also represented Latvia this year. Or maybe in 2023 at the World Championships as the winner of the national championships. And I represented Latvia not because of the national championships. I represented Latvia because we placed third in the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship, so I qualified a different way. It's all complicated. You don't have to know this necessarily. But Krish is here. Thanks for dropping by, and congratulations for the excellent performance and title. We are very close to hitting the 5-hour mark in the stream, but I don't feel tired at all just because of all this beautiful action.
Yes, we had a lot of action.
Alrighty.
Especially the level today was pretty high. So comparing, let's say, with the streams we made for the W2 TCOC, where perhaps some players, I don't know, did not play optimal. I would say today there were incredible matches.
Indeed. Oof. I will have to rewatch some of those games and learn something, but especially like the prioritization skills that these players have. It's, like you kind of see these moves, most of them, you see these options, but like which exactly you choose, that's where the hardest decisions are.
Yes, indeed.
That's it. Now we're going to wrap up. Thank you for everybody who was watching, especially those of you who lasted the full 5 hours. I appreciate you a lot. Ooh, Afonso is asking, what happens if Krish wins the Latvian championships and take the spot? Doesn't Otto get the spot from an MSO? No, I think it works the other way around. Krish is taking the MSO spot, and then the second person from the Latvian championship. But honestly, if I guess like Krish can do whatever he wants, but like if I were to win the MSO, I would not participate in the national championship because like why would I be doing this? I would be doing this just to mess with everybody else. And also, for example, if you think about the situation, so let's say Krish participates in the national championship, and then the second player ends up qualifying for the World Championship because Krish has already qualified. But then the person who Krish beats in the semifinal is sort of put in an unfair position because the other person, whoever had like... whoever...
Yeah, I know what you
mean. You get the idea,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they would have had
Yes.
an easier, a much easier semifinal than whoever lost in the semifinal against Krish. Great points, Afonso. Yeah, because if you qualify from the Latvian championships, then they do contribute to travel expenses. But anyway, I mean, talk to Brain Games. I'm pretty sure they'll be happy to contribute anyway.
Yeah, I think the scenario Afonso described happened in 2020 when my brother was second at the MSO and Ricardo won the MSO and then qualified from Portugal. And the spot from MSO went to Bogdan. But it was also the UK Championship. It was a slightly different scenario there. But Yeah, I wouldn't play the nationals. I don't know. It's just some sort of respect for my teammates.
Anyway, yeah. Thank you basically for trying to like to pressure. Yeah,
I mean,
let's pressure Krish.
no, I remember I didn't play afterwards. I was automatically qualified, so it's not even important for the number of, you know, titles, national titles. But anyway, yeah, we will see. Yeah, great evening.
Yeah, but okay, this is a very interesting conversation about this because I say my logic would be pretty similar because so let's say I mean if you win the MSO, then first of all, basically if you play the national championship, you still have to win the national championship, which is not a given, even though like I mean even though if you're really good, and also there are strong players in Latvia other than Krish as well.
Yes, so do you play best of one, right? Only one game. It's not
Yes,
best of two. Okay.
as most is. But then let's say because essentially the choice is like is either to have two representatives of Finland at the World Championships or two representative of Latvia at the World Championships. Do you get what I mean?
Yes, yes.
Well, anyway, I just like talking about stuff like this, and I saw a question in the chat, and really my true motivation was just to get the stream over the 5-hour mark, which we just did. All the practicalities can be discussed later. Let's just enjoy our Sunday and the fact that we all get together and enjoy some beautiful high-level Carcassonne. It certainly makes life more interesting, if you ask me. And thank you so everybody for sharing these moments.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you everybody so much for watching.